Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNBSEQ sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of few companies in the world that have the ability to develop and mass produce low, medium, and high throughput clinical gene sequencers from GB to TB. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, BIT products, and low-temperature storage products, with a strong focus on the upstream of the industry. MGI operates in more than 100 countries and regions, serving more than 2,800 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life. Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNBSEQ sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of few companies in the world that have the ability to develop and mass-produce low, medium, and high-throughput clinical gene sequencers from GB to TB. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, BIT products, and low-temperature storage products, with a strong focus on the upstream of the industry. MGI operates in more than 100 countries and regions, serving more than 2,800 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life. Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNBSEQ sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of few companies in the world that have the ability to develop and mass-produce low, medium, and high-throughput clinical gene sequencers from GB to TB. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, BIT products, and low-temperature storage products, with a strong focus on the upstream of the industry. MGI operates in more than 100 countries and regions, serving more than 2,800 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
Good morning. So good morning, everyone. So we will start the second day of the workshop. So this session is about innovative solutions to genomics. So we will have many companies with the great experience in providing services for sequencing. So this session will be moderated by Professor Nasseri Mayem. Please join us on the stage.
Good morning. Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. So welcome to our session on the latest advancement in genomic services, technology, and workflow. Today, we have an incredible lineup of esteemed speakers who will share their expertise and insight into innovative solutions for the challenges faced on the field of genomics. Our first speaker is Mr. Mohamedou Mukhtar. Job is the country manager for Inaba Biotech West Africa, overseeing operation in Senegal, Gambia, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, and other French-speaking countries since 2015. He is also the managing director of Inaba Biotech Senegal's branch and coordinates the Speaking Science platform of Senegal, known as Parlons Science TV, with a background in natural sciences and a specialization in parasitology from UCAD's Faculty of Science. He is committed to advancing science, communication, and education across the region. So please join me in welcoming Monsieur will speak, Ms. Mukhtar, to join us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of this interesting and nice conference, in particular, Professor Bodwi and Dr. Israk. I used to communicate a lot with Dr. Israk by email. And thank you so much for attending this conference, and also to our partners who are they are here for attending this. So I would like just to, where is the slide? Okay, yeah. So I will introduce to you Inaba Biotech West Africa company, our service and portfolio. And then as you can see, our mission in Africa is catalyzing Africa's prosperity through genomics. And as you all know, more complex problems are emerging for research in life science in Africa, such as funding. Maybe in Morocco, your government used to give funding to the scientists, maybe. But most of countries in Africa, they are facing a big problem with funding. And another challenge is access to quality research material. Now scientists are making a lot of effort to cover these things, but we still need to make more effort about it. And then expertise and technical know-how as well. And the technical support and maintenance service. Usually scientists in their laboratory, they get some machine with high technology, but if they are not using it regularly, those machine could be facing with some problem of maintenance. That's why we need a company like Inaba or others that can allow to do the maintenance and service locally. And supply chain service, partners used to ship goods, material equipments or regions, but they can sometimes have some problem to get the goods from the airport with clearance, with the custom service at the airport. This is also a kind of challenge that we need to address. Our core service, as you can see, we do service provider from South Africa with our mother company, the headquarters of Inaba Biotech company. We do also service provider in West Africa, in Nigeria, where we have our genomic centers. as you can see, we have like a mass array system with Argania doing synapse genotyping. And with this platform, we do also copy variation number and others service. And we are the only company in Africa that produce oligos, like primers and prop. So if you have any list of sequence of primers, you don't need to send it to Europe or America. You just need to send your list to me, and then we will make a quotation, and the production will be done in our headquarters in South Africa. And this is something that we do more than 22 years in the continent. We do also Sanger DNA sequencing. We have also NGS platform using PacBio. I will talk about this later in the presentation about our NGS platform. And we also have bioinformatics service, some tests, some animal. We also have like service in animal genetics with some interesting testing, qPCR analysis, fragment analysis, to do genotyping using microsatellite markers, SSR, STR. And then we also have like a service to do instrument service. After selling any equipment, we can help in training, but also in maintenance when need. And also we organize from time to time workshop for building capacity in bioinformatics and else. The vision is to remain a leading genomic company in Africa from private system. This is our growing list of NGS application. As you can see, if you don't have the platform on your own, you can send your sample to us, and then we can do all these service, NGS service, like metagenomic, exome sequencing, whole genome sequencing, methylation analysis, transcriptomic sequencing, transcriptome sequencing, gene panel sequencing, and then differential RNA expression profiling, CIP sequencing, microsatellite discovery, and many more. Here is just to give you a brief vision on our platform, the platform that we are using to do service provider in South Africa. We use PacBio. PacBio is allow to scientists to have like HiFi long read. And then here we just put some scientific books already published on reputable journals as Nature. You can see all this advantage that you can have with HiFi sequencing technology. The accurate long read can detect all the type of variant, isoform and methylation that could be missed by other approach of sequencing technology. Here, for example, you can just see a small summary about the advantage with HiFi long read platform that we have with PacBio. And then you can get long read as 25 kb in length. And then with high accuracy, with free of systematic errors, complete coverage, with no sequence base. And from the native molecule, you can we can do like direct single molecule sequencing. And this is also very important. No amplification. Any run will be done from the single molecule. That really help to get like high accuracy for this thing. And then you have also methylation detection without no special treatment, no bisulfate treatment, no special library prep. And the technology here, as you can see, from your double-strand DNA, you have to prepare your SmartBell library with up to 25 kb. And then from here, after annealing primers and the binding DNA polymerase, you will get the run from the single molecule for multiple times. That will help to have like HiFi read with 99% accuracy. And here you have the list of advantage with PacBio platform that you can see here. To go quickly, here you have the two last machine of PacBio for long read. This one is Rhizobia, and they developed recently a new kit, Spark chemistry. And with this machine, you have like 4 independent smart cells. In each smart cells, you can run one project that can be different to the other one. And for each smart cell, you have like 90 gigabits. So for all, you will have, you could have like, you can generate like 480 gigabits per run. And then with the products they developed recently, on this platform, you see how they reduce the quantity of DNA input. For this system, you have 2 microgram. For this one, you have like 500 nanogram. So they increase the sensibility. And then here you have the runtime for this Vega system that can also generate long read. The pricing is cheaper than this one. If you don't have money to buy this one, you can get this one. But here you have like 1 smart cell per run, and you have 6 gigabits. And then you have possibility also to detect the methylation site on your DNA. And then here, with this platform, Vega system, you can sequence till 200 genomes per year. And this one you have 2,500 per year. And then here is just to give you an idea on what you have inside. Here you have 4 smart cells independent, and then you can run different projects in one time. And this is the Vega system. They launched this machine I think 1 month ago. So very small, and then they can help you to generate your long read with. Here is just to give you an idea. We are organizing from time regularly training in molecular techniques, a basic level, and then also advanced level, because we need also to contribute in capacity building in Africa. Here is just phylogenetic courses that we organize regularly in Africa for building capacity. Here as well, you can see just how Inaba is still working with the scientists in Africa, visiting scientists at their facilities, supporting local conference. This is something that we do regularly. We co-organize workshop and seminar with research institutions and laboratories as well. And then the scientists as well can conduct some of their studies in our facilities in South Africa or in Nigeria if they don't have the platform they need for their research. And the better the understanding of the need is, the better solution can be offered. Now our product. We provide region consumables instrument for life science. And then here is our portfolio. As you can see, we are the official distributor of New England Biolabs in Africa. Anytime you need any region for this company, it's Inaba who provide the service. For DNA extraction, DNA RNA extraction kit, we are working with Zymo Research in Africa. And their system is simple, the protocol is also simple, and the pricing is very competitive on the market. And then we are always ready to help with technical specification documents that can help you on your activities. And then you can see the others company that we are representing in Africa in different types. Here you can see microbiology media. Here you have cell culture. Here you have biochemical. Yeah, all this, as you can see. Here is if you have any genetic analyzer for doing Sanger DNA sequencing in your lab, we can also provide you regions. Here is for protein tech, for antibodies, ELISA kit. Here it's with our big partners, Eppendorf. We are not the official one in Africa, but we are one of the key suppliers in Africa. And then after me, I think my colleague will do a presentation to go deeper in this platform. Eppendorf, I think you all know how Eppendorf is quality and then help for this activity. Here is PacBio. We are their distributor in Africa. We use their platform to provide service. We can also provide the instrument. We can give the training and then help anytime you need, and also give the regions in order to run your NGS activities with this platform. And we also partners with Thermo on nanodrop field, and then ICA, as you can see, faster, all those things, they are out. Here is also important for bioinformatics. They are selling softwares, advanced bioinformatics softwares to handle the data for DNA sequencing, Sanger DNA sequencing, or NGS from NGS platform. Here is also our molecular diagnostic portfolio with Seegin. They develop a lot of multiplex kit to target using real-time method, the pathogens. That can help also to have more accuracy testing in molecular diagnostic. Bioreba, maybe here there is someone working on agriculture. They have solution for the detection of plant pathogens like multiplex kit using real-time method. And then Biorat as well, we are working with them. And then Vienna Lab, I pass. Just to give you an example with Seegin, Seegin developed several multiplex kit on respiratory infectious disease, gastrointestinal infection, sexual transmitted infection, human papilloma infectious, many more else. And if I take the example of human papilloma infection, you see the panel. It's just one panel here. You have 28 genotypes that you can detect in one time by real-time method. If you have Savix Biorate as a qPCR machine on your lab, if you get this kit in around 2 hours, you can know from your sample if there is any genotype of the papilloma virus on your sample. Here is our stock. I pass. Here you can see here our team in Africa. And then here is where we have our different subsidiary and branch in Africa. And each branch can cover other countries around in order to help scientists having what they need in time. As you can see, we have Inaba Biotech West Africa. The head office is located in Nigeria. We have Ghana branch, Cameroon branch, Senegal branch, and other West African countries are covered by existing branch and representative person. And then you have Inaba Biotech East Africa. The head office is based in Kenya. And we have branch in Tanzania, Uganda, and the same model for the other countries in West Africa. And the mother company, the headquarters is located in South Africa, Pretoria. And we used to ship from there for many countries in South Africa. And in terms of logistics, as you can see, our team are really they are expert professional with high background, good experience, quick, transparent, and flexible, always ready to help customer with all required shipping documents for local clearance. It's also important, and we do also have a quality system in our facilities, in our process, and then good smart packaging to save space and normal storage for the shipping. And also, if we install like a system for molecular diagnostic, we can give training about it, how to handle that kit, how to make the analyze, and then in order to help for building capacity. And then here you can see our team from South Africa. Yeah, here is our genomic center in Nigeria. And you have also like, it's not coming. Yeah, sorry. It's our different facilities here in Nigeria, here in South Africa, here in Kenya, you have Ghana and Cameroon as well. I haven't taken pictures for that one in Senegal. I was in US last week. I didn't have time. I just came back in my country 2 days after I come in Morocco. Yeah. And then you see, we are really pioneers of oligonucleotide synthesis and next generation sequencing service in Africa as a private company. And in terms of handling our customer, better email, customer management, networking and capacity, improve logistic. And then we have maintenance and servicing of laboratory equipment. And we also have a special program in order to help some big research institutions to have local stock in their facilities. And then anytime they need any region, they can just get it from the freezer program they do have in your own via Inaba Biotech. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mokhtar, for that insightful and informative presentation. Your expertise has provided us with valuable insight. We appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us today. So the second speaker, Mrs. Shaima Abdoun. Mrs. Shaima Abdoun is a highly experienced biomedical engineer with over 13 years of expertise in bright insight and innovation. Currently, she serves as the channel sales manager of Eppendorf MA, contributing to groundbreaking research and collaboration across the region. Mrs. Shaima will elaborate further on her background and journey during her presentation, so this interview is kept brief. She will speak on Eppendorf product solution, complementary genomic workflow. Welcome to you.
Marhaba. Hello, everyone. So it gives me really a great privilege today and proud moment to be part of this great conference. I would like to thank, first of all the organizers who were behind this great event. Special thanks to Professor Abaida and also to Professor Ishraq, who helped us to be part of this great event. With that, I would like to say that today I would like to present Eppendorf product portfolio, which is complementary complement product to the sequencing in the genomics workflow. So I would say that many people or many of the speakers before me spoke about their solution for sequencing, but I would say that Eppendorf will be a complement product to make sure that the scientists will get very reliable sequencing data out of any experiments. So with that said, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Shaima Abdoun. I'm working as a channel sales manager representing Eppendorf for the Middle East and Africa, and I'm based in Dubai. So today with the title of our product solution, complementing genomics workflow, I will take you to a journey to know more about Eppendorf. So Eppendorf is a German manufacturer. I know that most of you are aware about Eppendorf. So it is found in Hamburg, founded by two engineers, Dr. Hans and Dr. Nedler, and it was founded in 1945. So next year, we'll be celebrating 80 years in the life science field. With that, we have actually many manufacturing facilities. We have around 5. Two are in Germany, and another one in US, and another one in UK. And also we started a manufacturing facility in other regions, like also a new one in USA for a new consumables line. So I know that Eppendorf is one of the innovative manufacturers in the life science. I know that most of you are knowing Eppendorf as a pipetting company. So maybe most of you are not aware that we are the first one who came up with the technology of the pipetting in 1958. So we are the first one who innovated the micropipetting in the field. And also not only that, in 1997, we were actually the first one to come up with the gradient technology in the PCR. I will not stress much on our innovation here because I know that we have so many things to be discussed, but feel free to reach out to me after the session. So here is the most important things. When we are dealing with a complement genomic workflow. So when we are dealing with any workflow in the genomics field, our starting points will be always the sample. So the sample here is the key elements, the most important things were how to handle it, how to deal with it in the lab. This is the most important things. So basically we will start up with the first thing, which is the storage. So we do have a solution behind that. It's not only about like one product, which is the freezer, ultra low freezer to store the samples. No, we are providing a full solution in terms of also a software, innovative software, which will help you to manage the inventory of those samples and also to document the journey of the sample. So when you receive the sample, who entered the sample, all the details related to the samples, you can also monitor that and in the software. Not only that, also we also provide or manufacture also the barcoded consumables to help you when you are doing the storage process. Then for sure, you will be dealing with samples where you want to grow those samples. So it can be mammalian cells or it can be microbial cells. So in another word, you definitely need a CO2 incubator or you need also a shaker incubator. So we do also manufacture those products. Then definitely you will need to do the DNA RNA extraction process. So in that regard, we do have also certain products which will help you to do the process manually, like the bibettes and the mixers or vortex, we are calling it, and the centrifuge as well. So we do have products which will help you to do the process. Then for sure, you want to preserve the samples. So definitely you need, again, to have storage for ultra low freezers. So sometimes if the scientists want to go farther or he want to deal, for example, with exosomes, then definitely he will not be using or she will not be using the normal centrifuge. Then definitely it is required to use the ultra centrifuge. So here the ultra centrifuge, it will help them actually to run the samples up to 1 million G-force as a speed, which sometimes requires in their application. So this is also some of the products which we do manufacture. Then by default, for sure, your workflow will require the PCR. So to set the PCR reaction, we do have also products which help you in that step, like the pipettes, the mini spins, or micro centrifuges and the mixers. And for sure, after that, you want to amplify your PCR. So for sure, you will use the conventional PCR, which we do manufacture as well. For sure, the whole genomics workflow, it's required the sequencing. The process itself, it needs the library preparation. So for that, you definitely need lots of products like the pipettes and the magnetic adapters, the microcentrifuge and mixers, as well as the rest of the products which I mentioned. But if you see all those steps which I explained about it now, it's a manual process. So definitely we can, if we are dealing with a large number of samples, we can skip the manual process always and go for automation process. Why? To avoid the errors which might happen during handling lots of samples. So imagine if your workflow required to do many samples per day, so we can skip the DNA RNA extraction manual process, and we can have automation, fully automated the system to do the process. Not only that, also we can skip the PCR setup process reaction, and we can do it instead of manually, we can do it also fully automated process by using our automation machine. Also, the library preparation also can be done in an automatic process instead of manually, especially if you are dealing with a large number of samples. So what I wanted to highlight here, that we also have a fully automated solution, which you can see here. So this device, it's very really unique in terms of its open system. It has got validated with different kit manufacturers like Illumina, Qiagen, Birken-Elmer, and so on. And the good thing, it's open system not only in terms of kits, it's open system in terms of labware. So you don't need to use Eppendorf consumables. You can also use any other consumables which you have it in your lab easily. The good thing about this device that the software is so easy to be used, friendly. So you can add any protocol you want to add it. You can add whatever protocols. You don't need our help, or you don't need to contact us to help you in editing the protocol or add new protocols. So I'll not stress much on that. I'll go to next, but if in case you have anything, feel free to reach out to me. So just to summarize, what Eppendorf actually manufacturing. So we are into three main segments, which are liquid handling, sample handling, and cell handling. So if you see the liquid handling, we have several products starting from the manual micropipettes, which you're already using it, up to the automated liquid handling pipettes. Then it can go for a bigger volumes, which is like bottle dispensers and puree. So, and in cell handling, we do have different products like the fermenters and bioreactors, and we do also manufacture the CO2 incubators. We recently launched, this is our new product, which we launched a couple of weeks ago, which is a CO2 plus shaker in one device. It's called C220. It's a new model, which we launched recently. And then we also manufacture the biological shakers. When it comes to sample handling, we do manufacture several products like the centrifuges, along with the mixers, which is Vortex, and then the PCR, the conventional PCR, and also ultra-low freezers and many consumables, which you're already using, I believe, like the tips, tubes, and plates. So to give you in a nutshell where we are, you will find us in different segments in the market. Since we are leading company in sample handling, you will definitely find us in academia and biomedical research. You will also find us in forensic. You will find us in agriculture and food and beverage and biofuels. You will also find us in healthcare segment, and also pharmaceutical, biotech, and vaccines and diagnostic as well. So here I want to highlight a very good topic, a very important topic, which I think many of my colleagues have spoken also about the same, which is sustainability. So sustainability is one of the important topics nowadays, and we need definitely to make sure whether we are really practicing it in a way that we are really saving our environment or not. So Eppendorf actually invested a lot in 2022 by coming up demonstrating the significant progress we have made in reducing the CO2 level emissions, which is the carbon dioxide from our operation and energy usage. We achieved nearly a 60% reduction between 2019 and 2021. And also in a large part, we made these impressive gains through switching to 100% renewable power at the majority of our global manufacturing sites. So I think this is something really important when you're using any product to make sure whether this company really manufacturing the products in a very sustainable way or not. With our climate strategy, we will make Eppendorf carbon zero by 2028. This is what we are aiming for. And this means that we are volunteering much faster than many others companies. To achieve this goal, our sustainability and health and safety environment team has developed a climate strategy as a part of overachieving Eppendorf sustainability strategy. This concept specifies concrete measures that significantly reduce our CO2 emissions by, as I mentioned, 60% till today. So this is really something which we really aim to by 2028, and I hope we will achieve it very soon. Not only that, we came also with a very innovative products targeting the sustainability or focusing on the sustainability topic. So in 2022, we launched our new consumable line, which is manufactured from the used food oil, cooked food oil in Germany. So this is something which really innovative product, I would say, from Eppendorf. We challenged really ourselves to find a material that matched with our ultra-high polypropylene characteristics and performance of the traditional polypropylene, but one we could source more sustainability. Not an easy task for sure to be done, but yeah, we did it. We identified the bio-based polymers in a prime candidate, such as those derived from waste vegetable oil used for cooking. And critically, we have sourced a bio-based polymer that meets our strict quality and performance requirement, but comes with a much lower carbon cost by avoiding using a fossil fuel derived raw material. So I can show you really both of the consumables, the one which we manufactured from the used cooked food oil in Germany, and the actual one which we used to produce from the ultra-high polypropylene material. So I believe nobody will be able to differentiate between both at all. So this is something which really innovative we came up with. Not only that, I would like also to highlight, as I mentioned, that I'm coming from the regional office in Dubai. So in Dubai, we do have a customer experience center. In this customer experience center, we do provide several kind of training to all our researchers and students worldwide. We provide different type of trainings. Sometimes we can also provide a customized training based on your requirement. So this is something available. Feel free to contact us if you are really interested in this kind of courses. We can also arrange it online, or we can arrange it hands-on in the facility itself. We do also have a calibration and service center in Dubai. So we are the first manufacturer which came up with the calibration center in the Middle East and Africa. Our calibration center is ISO certified 17025 and also accredited from EAC. So we do a calibration service for the bibettes, not only Eppendorf bibettes, but also other brands like Gilson, Thermo, and so on. This is actually the first time to be done in the region. Not only that, we also provide a service contracts if somebody is interested to have a service contract with us as well. With that, I would like to say thank you. And feel free to reach out to me in the booth if you have any other requirement or any requests or inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaymat, for your presentation. The next speaker, Dr. Ayub Sabri. Dr. Ayub Sabri will speak on the perfect genome and lock-in single tube long fragment reads technology with MGA. So Dr. Ayub Sabri is a highly regarded laureate of the Faculty of Science in Rabat, and a renowned expert in human genetics. He earned his PhD in human genetics from University of North Wales in Kenitra, with a focus on genetic research and molecular biology. Dr. Sabri is distinguished for his innovative sales strategies and his instrumental role in advancing next generation sequencing technology, particularly through the promotion of cutting-edge solution from MGI. So, Mr. Sabri, join us to the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Professor Boybid and the African BioGenome Project for inviting MGI and trusting on MGI for the second years. So my presentation today will be on the perfect genome, on the single tube. Where's the presentation? So my presentation today will be on perfect genome, the single tube long fragment reads technology, or the STLFR. So my name is Ayub Sabri, sales channel manager of MGI for North Africa. I'm leading for Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. So before going to the perfect genome, let me introduce MGI to you. So MGI is a part of the BGI group, Beijing Genomics Institute. It's a Chinese company. So MGI is a part of all this, one of the subsidiaries in part of the BGI group, like the BGI Medicine, the Giga Science, the Journal of Publication, BGI Health, BGI Bioverse. And we see also BGI Research and also BGI Genomics, that's it's a service provider. And with this, we are here MGI that produce and provide sequencer, nucleic acid structure, and also library preparation for sequencing. Let's talk about the price, because when we are talking with the customer, with end user, we are always talking at the end on the price of the sequencer. As you say here, there's like a graph of the price of the human genome. In 1996, the price of one human genome was like 3 billion per genome. Years after years, we see that the innovation are developed, and we see more technology there. With the release of the Sanger sequencing, capillary one, the release of the synthesis by sequencing for the Illumina, also the DNBSEQ of MGI, and we see that also the price of the genome is more and more less pricing, and we see there that we arrive on the price of 100 USD per human genome, and more less for the next year. And this kind of price is also working for the big instruments and also for big projects for like a human genome projects. Regarding our portfolio in MGI, let's briefly talk about all parts that MGI provide. We can start from the beginning and the sample reformatting, and we provide like automation for sample transfer from the primary tube to plates of 96 or 384 samples. The second part is sample extraction or nucleic acid extraction. We have some automation for small throughput and for high throughput. Also, the part of library automation, automated from the smallest one that can maybe run 4 samples to the biggest one, the SP960. And after that, the part of the sequencing from the smallest throughput, the E25, that can provide like 7.5 gigabytes for output and 25 million reads. The G99 and the G50, like between 80 million reads, and the G400, the medium and or high throughput for more than 1,400 million reads. And the biggest one for the big project, the T7 or the T20, then more than the 72 terabyte generated in this sequencer. The last part is the bioinformatics tools. We provide also some server or some tools for bioinformatics, like the P5 for the identification of microbial identification, some library automation manager system, the ZNIMS, some for storage, and also some accelerator bioinformatics analyzer like the MegaBolt. When we talk about maybe system of library preparation, it's the many clients ask for open system to be maybe to have a large choice of application that can be used. And one of the collaboration that we have, we see there a lot of partners that doing compatibility and support also compatibility on our system, on our library preparation system. And we work there with IDT also for microbiology, for Varsom for software of analysis, Agilent, Twist, New England Biolabs, all this company are trusting us and working with us regarding our system and validation their kits on our system. Regarding the collaboration and the AfricaBP, let's talk about one of our success story with the SMRC in South Africa. We started with them on July 2019 with the collaboration with MGI and the SMRC. So one of the biggest center in Cape Town, and that's becoming the first high throughput genome sequencing on Central Africa with more than 3 systems of MGI. This collaboration, is coroned by in September 2023 by sequencing the Africa BioGenome Project's the first plant species based on our MGI technology with the G400 system and with the stLFR technology that I will talk later in the next slide. And we see some publication regarding this project and also this first plant species sequencing. We believe in MGI that the collaboration or the win-win ecosystem is the keys of the innovation and the keys of the collaboration that's open doors to us on all around the world. We are not maybe staying in China, but we are collaboration with many countries regarding the US, Germany, Sweden, with the Karolinska Institute, Orofins, with India, with CCMB, with UA, with the G42, and all this collaboration, we learn from that. We learn from the experience. We collaborate with them, with that win-win ecosystem. Some numbers from MGI, we are more than 2,800 employees worldwide, and like 33% of this number are in research and development. So we are maybe leading innovation, and we still develop more technology, more systems in the future. 70% of the number of this employee are more technical and engineer to support our end user. We have more than 700 valid patents application. We have at the moment more than 4,500 installation of our systems in more than 100 countries, and more than 7,500 papers published in top scientific journals. This number is just in 8 years, because MGI was founded in 2016. And also the data generated by our system, we arrive at the moment done more than 150 petabytes of data generated by our MGI sequencer. Let's talk now with regarding the stLFR, the single tube long fragment reads, because we have challenges with whole genome on short reads instruments. To fill these gaps with maybe enable to find haplotype, to find like some variants, we can complete this with this technology, with the stLFR, without maybe invest more in a system with long reads system. Sorry, my friend, for the PacBio. So we can work on the short read system by this technology, the stLFR, and fill the gaps of the whole genome, because when we work with the whole genome, we work with short reads, and we can't maybe find more things, more variants, more haplotype in the system. So we can provide synthetic or linked long reads on its priority with the DNBSEQ technology, even maybe for more medium or high throughput system like the G400, and demonstrate deficiency unique co-barcoding of this short fragment reads to complete the gaps with more than 8 million, between like 20 to 300 kilobytes genomics DNA fragments, which we complete, we can maybe fill the gaps and we'll be near the perfect variant calling. This stLFR, or we can achieve maybe long-range genetic information using maybe high throughput short read sequencer with diploid and haplotype construction, highly homology domain, and structural variants. We can have more variants than the standard whole genome without using this technology, and also having genome assembly. This also has, stLFR has already revealed parts of genome not founded in the reference genome. How it's work? So we start with this transposon inserts in our DNA or our samples. And also the main thing is the barcoding beads library that we can add more than 3 million barcoded beads per reaction. That's maybe each bead structure, like, as I said, like 400K copies of the same barcode oligo. So we can have more information and more coverage of these regions. So these beads barcode design allow for the generation of up of 3.6 billion unique barcode beads. And we can combine with the PCR-free of whole genome sequencing enables complete and more accurate haplotype phase, not like maybe the standard whole genome with the short reads sequencer. The parts of analysis, we can provide a software on this by MGI, and also completed it with our accelerated megabolts. But for the software, it's more likely to suggested by our BIT to work on Linux system, like Ubuntu or CentOS, in order to run maybe the software on large genome like human, or the computing node should have less than 500 gigabytes or 1 terabyte, not a lot of space needed, just to intermediate file generated by the FASTQ file, and to work on megabot accelerator system, because we have some huge data after that to analysis. And we have some publication on that on genome research, and we can maybe provide you the publication after. Let's talk about the technology, because not all of you know why we call this DNBSEQ. We call DNBSEQ because DNA nanoball is DNB, because we complete and we construct like a nanoball in our DNBSEQ. We circularize the regions of interest more than maybe 300 or 500 times, like we do not PCR, but RCR, like a rolling circulation, the region of interest, and doing copy of the original each time, not copy of the copy like PCR. And this thing, we can have at the end like a nanoball construction at the end that will be sequencer after that in our flow cell. What's the result of this? We can have less index hopping and decrease in the duplicate and also increase in the accuracy. And we can have less and less error in our sequencer. After having all these nanoballs, each nanoballs will take one place. So we don't have a high maybe coverage or high maybe loading of the flow cell, because if we have a high loading, we can maybe have more errors in the sequencing at the end. So we fine-tune this technology. It's patterned by MGI. We match the size of the active site on each slide, so each nanoball take the place. And this precision ensures each active site accommodates only one single DNB or nanoballs. That's maximized effective spot of each nanoball and enhancing overall the sequencing efficiency at the end. Also, one of the success story, let's talk about the sequencing of chickpea or le pois chiche en français. Our collaborator, Mr. Rajiv, he can maybe one of our using our technology STLFR with our MGI sequencer that's released more than 7,500 paper on this technology published in a top scientific journal. 150 article was published on STLFR. Professor Rajiv was the director of the crop and food innovation, built this publication or this project on the chickpea by sequencing more than 10,000 chickpeas, revealing several important findings regarding the core and dispensal gene, including those throughput and heat tolerance also. And this thing by coupling our technology by using the T7 sequencer and also some library preparation there of MGI with the technology of STLFR to combine all to have more information on the whole genome of this sequencing. Before I finish, I add one more thing just to announce that we also have long reads sequencer. This is a new thing. It will be released in 2025 from MGI. So it's not, we are not just provider of short reads. We come back also to compete other maybe like ONT or PacBio on this part with this new system, smallest one. We can have 2 independent flow cell and can maybe release have a throughput of more than 50 gigabytes and have like 1,024 channels for a flow cell. This is a smallest one. We can also can have more application that can be done on this long reads instruments, like microbial genome research, metagenomic, applicant-based microbial target disease testing for oncologists, and small whole genome assembly. And this maybe can open also door for to compete with our system for short reads and to have more application and more coverage of the needs of our customers. This is my last slide. Thank you very much for your time.
So again, welcome, Dr. Mukhtar, Dr. Ayub, Shayma. Very happy to have you with us as provider of services of machines and of technology. We have been delighted to hear your presentations with all the news we have and sure would like to know more about what you are providing. Because as maybe you have followed the first day, so we are on the edge of starting new era of sequencing here and all. So would like to know more what is in the market. Maybe we go in the same order of the presentations. We start with Ahmed Mukhtar. I didn't know really, it's the first time that I know that Inaba had a service in Africa. But I would like to know if have you any experience of offering service for the north of Africa? And because, of course, we are in the north of Africa, theoretically, you can say that we are near to Europe or 15 kilometers to Spain, but to South Africa, it's all the continent, the African continent distance. So, and my question, if you have any experience, I mean, of processing samples from the north of Africa. And also, why not a branch of Inaba in north of Africa? If there is in the west, in the east, and the south, why not in the north? Yeah.
Merci beaucoup pour la question qui est d'une grande pertinence dans la mesure où l'Afrique du Sud est de l'autre côté. Voilà, ça c'est un aspect. Et l'Afrique du Nord également est très proche de l'Europe. Voilà, mais en fait, nous, on réfléchit en tant que continent africain. Parce qu'on a fait des constats. Les scientifiques africains, souvent, ils ont des difficultés pour avoir ce dont ils ont besoin en matière de réactifs, parfois de plateformes, pour faire leurs recherches sans souci. Et le fait, par exemple, de s'organiser en société, surtout dans le domaine de la génomique, à l'échelle de l'Afrique, pour permettre à ces scientifiques d'avoir vraiment ce dont ils ont. Parce qu'on a constaté que ce n'est pas une question de matière grise, mais c'est une question tout simplement d'accessibilité aux ressources de haute gamme pour avancer au même niveau que les autres. Donc, nous, ce que nous faisons, on veut être à proximité des scientifiques africains, travailler en collaboration parce que nous organisons des workshops pour le renforcement de capacités. On a vu aux États-Unis ou bien en Europe, les gens font beaucoup de service providers parce que vous pouvez avoir des machines de haute gamme. Si vous ne les utilisez pas de façon régulière, ces machines vont buter à des problèmes d'entretien. Donc, le fait d'avoir des systèmes privés qui s'établissent en Afrique et qui offrent ces services peuvent aider à couvrir un certain gap. Maintenant, pour l'Afrique du Nord, c'est vrai, moi, c'est la première fois que je viens au Maroc et le Sénégal et le Maroc sont deux pays qui sont amis. Ça me fait vraiment plaisir parce que, voilà, j'ai vu vraiment une certaine teranga marocaine, ce que je voyais à distance, mais je viens de vivre ça. Donc, pour Inaba, l'objectif, c'est de mailler le territoire africain. Donc, certainement, quand je vais faire un compte rendu, l'idée d'avoir une branche pour l'Afrique du Nord, certainement, va être en tout cas approfondie et voir dans quelle mesure on pourrait vraiment le faire. Parce que c'est aussi aider ceux qui sortent des formations en génomique, bioinformatique, à aussi trouver une insertion dans le privé et aussi à vraiment avoir un renforcement au niveau des collaborations, voilà, au niveau de l'Afrique du Nord. En tout cas, ça va être parmi certainement les perspectives de Inaba. Mais pour le moment, sachez que si vous avez besoin de quoi que ce soit, étant des Africains, nous faisons des expéditions un peu partout en Afrique. D'ailleurs, il y a professeur Boulboul, je pense, qui a une commande qu'il a déjà lancée. Et nous sommes en train de préparer l'expédition. Donc, ça n'empêche pas de faire des expéditions, ça n'empêche pas de collaborer avec BP, parce que hier, la dame qui a présenté, j'ai vu qu'il y a, pour le tilapia, c'est Inaba qui a fait le séquençage. Donc, nous sommes en quelque sorte dans cette organisation-là et nous allons faire de notre mieux vraiment pour travailler avec tout le monde en Afrique mais l'idée de s'établir, voilà, donc préparez-vous. Voilà.
Effectivement, Mortao, nous, bien entendu, on préfère que les échantillons soient faits en Afrique plutôt qu'en Europe, ça c'est sûr et certain. Juste ma question, c'était par rapport à l'efficacité de prendre des échantillons, de les transférer, c'est ça un petit peu. Parce que même en Chine, tout le monde l'envoie en Chine. En Chine est plus loin encore, c'est l'autre bout du monde. Mais il y a une grande efficacité pour transport pour tout. Et ça, c'était ça un petit peu ma question. Merci. We go in the same order. Donc, I would like to ask Shayma. Shayma, we have no doubt about the high quality of Eppendorf. So it speaks for itself since decades and decades. But I think we spoke about that before. But is there, because we have a problem with all the foreign companies to get the material here, and we have a problem with the prices that provided by the company mother and the representative. So I don't know if Eppendorf has any strategy to control that.
So thank you very much, Professor Ababaid, about this summary about Eppendorf. I know that many users knows Eppendorf very well because of its quality. And I know that we are the only company who invested heavily in coming up with the quality products and certified products as well. So you will find that we are the only company who can provide certificates for any lot of manufactured, what we are doing in terms of consumables. And even if our consumables didn't pass the quality check, we will never even sell it or taking it out to any of our users. I know it's a trusted brand. That's why we tried our best to keep it for many years, even during COVID. I would like to highlight that during COVID, there was a really high demand on our products, but we didn't compromise on the quality. We stayed with the same quality process, what we used to do, to make sure that everyone receiving the same. When it comes to price, I do agree that Eppendorf price is a bit high or expensive compared to what you are seeing in the market. But I would also say that we do have a control on all our distributors. So this is our responsibility in the Dubai regional office, where we are monitoring all the distributors where we have in 68 countries in the Middle East and Africa. We are making sure, being there with them. So you will find our faces always there in the market. So you're gonna find us definitely coming to Morocco on a regular basis to make sure that we are getting also the feedback from our customers, how they experience the whole journey with Eppendorf, starting from ordering process until they receive the products, how they got the products, how the dealers are dealing with them, whether they are supporting them or not. So all these things, we will monitor it beside the price. So feel free to reach out to me always in regards to that. Thank you.
So I'll have to Ayub. Of course, as you may know, I'm agreeably surprised by the machines of MGI and the new technology that they have. I have some questions for stLFR, the replacement of the long reads for this. Have you done any comparison with what you get in a comparison if you would like to assemble the genome using stLFR and using PacBio in a technique of long reads, if that's as accurate as what?
Some comparison, yes, but not on PacBio. That's comparison with the whole genome. That there is maybe a lot more coverage, like than the short reads, standard short reads. We are starting to work with the collaboration with a customer that work on PacBio, but we don't release yet the app notes or the publication, but we are working in progress.
Another question in the same direction. If you believe that stLFR could be as accurate as the other long techniques or approach, why you have now new machine for long reads?
Yes, there's a new innovation also, because we need to cover also this part of long reads. But we have a stLFR for maybe low cost, took maybe one customer that need to work on whole genome, but you have already the machine of short reads. You didn't need to invest more on new machine. This is the problem of the budget that there is there. It's just need to have kits and working on this part. But if you want to work on a new project, new thing, we can provide maybe the new machine. This is maybe two parts difference. And also the other machine of long reads, Cyclone, can cover all the application. That's maybe in microbial, for long reads, for plants, for more things than the short reads.
Another question, Ayub. As you are MGI, part of BGI and all, why not services? We know that BGI is a huge provider of services, maybe the best one in the world. And you know, you are from Morocco, and you know that North Africa generally, there's a big problem of services, either on the platforms that we have here or anywhere. So why not?
Why not of MGI or BGI? Yeah, it's the same group. Yeah, it's the same group, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, it can be possible, but you know, because it is another subsidiaries, even it's in the couple of the parts of BGI group, but BGI Genomics is a separate brand that provides service. We can collaborate, yes, MGI with BGI Genomics to do service maybe in Morocco to send. I know that some customers send samples to BGI Genomics. Yeah, exactly, unofficial. We can do this maybe collaboration, like contracts with MGI and BGI Genomics. Even it's the same group, but we need to do officially this, and maybe it can be maybe easy for some customer that can maybe have budget to invest more in instrument. But anyway, I maybe suggest to have maybe say services here, maybe in Morocco, North Africa, that can provide this, or maybe a center of GI Genomics or MGI here in North Africa that can provide service, not sending samples to China or in each country.
Let's see who will be quicker, BGI or Inaba. Huh? Yeah.
Dr. Sabri, I appreciate very good your presentation. I have a question concerning this new machine, called the Cyclone. How much does it cost? Very interesting.
Really, we don't have the price yet because it's in, no price because under development. It will be released on 2025, but it will be competing the price of the other. Don't worry.
Labs, there's an option. Many companies they bring you equipment, what expensive or not, they put in the lab. You can use it for free. Do you have this possibility in your company? The same question to Eppendorf.
So I will answer it first. We do have this kind of service when we are launching new products. We would love also to get the feedback from the end users, especially our key accounts. So we would love to provide it as a demo unit. You can use it for trial for a while and give us your feedback about the products. Definitely we can do that. We are flexible in that. So maybe we can discuss that with our partner here or distributor in Morocco, Professional Labo. So maybe we can keep it for a month, maybe more. It depends on, you need more? No problem. We can look into that, sure. But yeah, we do provide this kind of option. Thank you.
Yes, for instruments, if we talk about the new instrument like Cyclone, we can work maybe on early access because the new instrument need more validation, more thing. Can provide instrument and work also to have free of charge kits, for maybe for working on that. But it's maybe like for short periods, of course. Yeah, maybe all consumables just for validation, doing maybe some tests, maybe a release also an up note. For others instruments, it depends also to do a calculation because we can work with our distributor to do a placement of instruments regarding purchasing reagents. Maybe not purchasing the instrument, but purchase just the reagent and the placement of the instrument at the end. Just we need to commit and something to on our volume, of course, regarding each year, or maybe it's depend on also on the projects that you have, on which instruments, a big instrument, small instrument. So it's a couple of questions that we need to have and to comment on it.
Now, have you any question? Yes.
So I thank you all for your presentations. I just had this question before, but since Dr. Shaima already answered in her presentations, so I was wondering, if we're trying to preserve diversity, sustainability, and everything, what are Inaba and MGI doing to be green and enhance the sustainability of their manufacturers?
Yeah, because what your companies are doing for the sustainability, because Shaima showed how they reduced the CO2 consumption and all, but he didn't show anything. Huh? Yeah, because Shaima in the manufacturing company that are using solar panel and all, so that are reducing the contamination of the environment, so that are working ecologically. If this approach is part of your strategy of your company, that's the question, Ajis? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a good question. Just to give you an example, with our facilities in South Africa, we do have solar. Yeah, because sometimes there is a power cut there, but now we use anytime the solar system. But in terms of, I heard some question from Professor about plasma. For Inaba, sometimes we used to do plasma, but it's more about a qPCR machine using molecular diagnostic kit open system. As I present, you see, we provide with Seegin many all-plex kit on gastrointestinal, respiratory virus, and on as well meningitis. All those things, we do have all-plex kit that can detect in one time several pathogens. And if you have a project and you run several samples, we can give like a plasma or Cefix, and then you will buy this is something that we do sometimes. And for solar, I think if as I said, the example with our facilities that give you an idea on how Inaba take care about environment in Africa. Yeah. But yesterday I follow your presentation. I would like you to allow us to have an online meeting with our genomic service from South Africa to introduce more about PacBio, and you will see how PacBio can win the MGI. Because I just reserve two slides about this, but you will need to get more comprehensive presentation about PacBio and advantage. Please give us that possibility, and Professor as well, with our guys from South Africa, for more time about PacBio system. Thank you.
I don't have this information, honestly, but I know that BGI also work on this part, because the group for the saving of energy and working on new energy also. But I don't have the right information. Maybe I can provide it to you soon.
Thank you. Any other question? So with that, we close the session. Thank you very much, our doctors, Shaima, Ayub, Mukhtar. Thank you very much. Thank you for our moderator. Yeah. So we have break of 20 minutes, I guess. 20 minutes, and we come back. Yeah.
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNBSEQ sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of few companies in the world that have the ability to develop and mass-produce low, medium, and high-throughput clinical gene sequencers from GB to TB. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, BIT products, and low-temperature storage products, with a strong focus on the upstream of the industry. MGI operates in more than 100 countries and regions, serving more than 2,800 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
Good morning, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? This is Michael. Good morning, testing 1, 2, 3. This is Michael.
Hello, everyone. So we will start in a few seconds. Please take a seat. So on the behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome you again to the second day of the African BioGenome Congress in the second edition. And today we are in the second day, and we will resume with the second session. We will continue with the second part of this session on innovative solutions for genomic services and technology. So as a moderator, I'm excited to guide you through an engaging discussion that will explore the latest advancements and applications in genomic technologies. So without further waiting, let's start with our first keynote speaker, which is Dr. Michael Abdou, which is the business unit manager at Illumina. So before giving the floor to Dr. Michael Abdou, let's see a quick biography of Dr. Abdou. So Dr. Abdou brings a wealth of expertise of microbiology, diseases and agrogenomics to support customers across the world. So having read at the University of Western Australia in pathology and molecular biology, with subsequent business studies at the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. Michael has worked in diagnosis laboratories for both human and animal health and completed postdoctoral training in the field of protein engineering. So prior to joining Illumina, Michael supported the adoption of laboratory automation, becoming deeply aware of the importance of laboratory workflows and quality control, from simple handling to NGS library preparation. Having gained experience in most molecular assays, from Southern blots assays to PCR and NGS, Michael has developed a clear understanding of the application of molecular technology and the utility of the generated data. Dr. Abdou's commitment to improving healthcare outcomes is evident in his collaborative approach, working closely with researchers and clinics to ensure they have the necessary tools to unlock the potential of genomics in precision medicine. We are excited to have him today to share with us his insights and vision for the future of genomics technology. So the floor is yours, Dr. Michael Abdou.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and to others that, like me, unfortunately can't be there in person, but are joining remotely. I trust at this point you can see my slides on screen.
Yes, sorry. Yes, we do see you.
Okay. And can you see my presentation?
No, only you, not the slides.
All right, let's attempt to change that. Unfortunately, I'm unable to share on my side. So if someone locally is able to bring up the slides.
We will see what we can do. I will ask the technical staff if we can do this.
Thank you. Well, whilst we sort those glitches out, in the interest of time, during the course of yesterday and today, when I looked to the agenda and indeed to some of the presentations that I myself have listened to, we've already heard many examples of using genomics technology for biodiversity, and indeed applying that to bioeconomy or the opportunities that the bioeconomy represents. After my presentation, my colleagues will focus more on genomic products and services available through Illumina and our partners in both North Africa and the rest of the continent. But I thought I would take a slightly different tack in my presentation such that over the next few minutes, I'd provide a more systemic approach or structured approach to how you could use genomics in designing your experimental approaches,
Dr.
your
Michael,
projects.
Dr. Michael Abdou, sorry for the disturbance and the interruption. We were not able to share your presentation because we don't have it at the laptop. Can you just try again if you can share it with us?
Unfortunately, it still says host disabled participant screen sharing. Apologies, everyone. One always plans for the best case scenario, and even several years after our learnings and our pivot to remote technologies
Dr. Michael,
following the COVID pandemic.
apologies again. Can you send us the presentation so we can share it from here if it's possible?
Well, actually, I may be able to do better than that, as I can now share my screen. So
Perfect.
let's try that first. And one doesn't need to see.
So now it's working.
Hopefully brilliant. All right. Having lost a few minutes, I will endeavor to keep on time this morning. But as I was mentioning, my presentation is going to be slightly different in that I really want to give those of you listening, and indeed those of you in the audience in person, food for thought in planning your experiments, in leveraging genomic technologies, and really what it means to address the challenges of biodiversity and making that more accessible to all of you in your endeavors. Indeed, to do this, I'll really only focus on 3 topics. The first will be to provide some brief context. Really, what are the drivers in conservation and biodiversity within the bioeconomy? The second part to my presentation will be to look at the many approaches that Illumina has been involved with and really emphasize the value of partnerships. The challenges, the variables faced in documenting and addressing conservation and biodiversity are enormous. And are best approached in partnership, leveraging each other's strengths and therefore mitigating the weaknesses that we might have, or indeed the limitations that we might face in addressing that particular hypothesis. And then lastly, as a segue to the latter part of this morning's session, I'll provide some really insights to the innovations and the genomic tools that are available to you, and manners in which you should look at utilizing these tools in your experimentation. So for context in regards to the drivers, it's easy to get caught up in the technology, whether it be genomic technology or otherwise, and in doing so, forget the real drivers for investigating conservation and biodiversity. And shown on screen are just some of the areas that can benefit from proper management of the environment, and indeed all areas which have some link to genomics, to proteomics, to the epigenome, and indeed the power that next generation sequencing and related genomic technologies can elucidate. So whether that is a focus on climate resilience, whether it is a focus on the direct economic or financial impacts and benefits, or whether the emphasis is more on animal husbandry, domestication, conservation, or management of invasive species, all of these are important drivers in conservation and biodiversity studies. Now, you might be sitting there and thinking, well, yes, all of this is very obvious to me. So what's changed in the last few years? Indeed, you've heard much about the advances in next generation sequencing, the reduction in price, the huge array of companies and instruments available to you. But fundamentally, for this particular field of applied genomics, one of the greatest changes and innovations has been the realization of environmental DNA as a sample input. And I note in this afternoon's session, there is a student presentation on environmental DNA, which I really look forward to. But fundamentally, eDNA is the cell-free DNA that is present from all living organisms within the environment. And it is the combination of the realization that this sample exists in the environment and the technology that now allows us to measure this material that has fundamentally and profoundly changed the manner in which we approach conservation and biodiversity studies. Indeed, many years ago, I helped my brother, a trained marine biologist, during his PhD program. And what we had to do to support his sampling was to spend a number of hours diving daily and mapping with grids and video cameras the presence or absence of particular fish species, sponges, and the likes, such that that marine environment could then be documented and managed. Now, however, through water sampling and the presence of eDNA combined with the power of next generation sequencing, we can achieve the same experimental outcome with much greater resolution and without the need to manually collect those samples and potentially destroy the very environment or impact the very environment that you're wanting to protect. So those really represent two key drivers, or two groups of drivers, as it were. The broader financial, the broader economic and environmental benefits, combined with the technical advances and sampling methodologies that are now available. Now, when we think about leveraging this, it really comes down to the strength of partnerships. And the next few slides represent a few examples where those things have combined. Illumina has partnered with other institutions and entities to drive their individual programs. The first that I allude to is a group known as Citizens of the Sea, based primarily in New Zealand, but supporting nations across the Pacific to leverage genomics and eDNA to better manage the critical marine environments that support those nations in the Pacific Rim. And indeed, this slide and others, you will see I reference the URL. So please, after today's presentation, feel free. In fact, I'd encourage you to follow through and visit these websites, see the good work that they are doing, and perhaps learn and inform your own programs in a similar manner. Now, what's quite interesting about Citizens of the Sea is they've actually engaged with communities directly and even sailors to collect water samples as they traverse the world's oceans, such that the scale scope and breadth of material that they can analyze to better assess ocean health is surpassed by few. If we look to more terrestrial examples, here we've partnered with groups in Japan who formed the eDNA Society in Japan, one of the first societies established globally. Now, through partnership with the eDNA Society, we were able to establish a range of standard operating procedures such that researchers across the country could then standardize their investigation and indeed normalize the data reporting such that it could be beneficial to more than just one program, one institute or otherwise, really amplifying the power of all the work done. Over and above that, we've also partnered with specific groups across a range of terrestrial, marine, and other environments to assess the distribution of animals. Now, by, again, utilizing eDNA samples, in this case, typically the scats of the animals, we've been able to support tiger conservation in Nepal, understanding their migratory patterns, understanding the breeding patterns of the animals, the prides, etc., such that now we can inform the management of the animals, balance the competing interests of urban development and the natural environment to the better advantage of the tiger population. A further example, closer to home for me, and for those that perhaps didn't catch, I am based in Western Australia, and in Western Australia is an organization known as Minderoo Foundation, which was established through philanthropic funds. Now, the Minderoo Foundation is charged with assessing ocean biodiversity across the territorial waters of Australia. And so they actually have placed an Illumina sequencer on their vessel that travels out into the oceans and marine environments surrounding Australia. The idea and intent behind the data generated is to protect ocean biodiversity, the habitats, ensuring that the resources, the fisheries off the coast of Australia can be managed such that in this instance, the financial benefits can be balanced with those environmental concerns of the fisheries. And then there are some more quirky examples of key partnerships. On this planet, our only planet at this stage, we have almost 8 million different species, of which we are only aware to the genomic level of a fraction of those. In fact, single digits if you look at it in regards to percentages. And in some instances, particularly for marine environments, it's less than 1% in which we have documented the genetic diversity. Now, Australia, having been isolated from other land masses for many millions of years, has developed a number of unique creatures. If I was able to show you, I would turn my camera out the windows of my home to the kangaroos that are eating my lawn as we speak. But elsewhere in Australia, we also have the platypus, and in this case, the koala, for which up until this point, we did not have the whole genome well documented and annotated. And this really limited the ability of researchers to manage the koala population and indeed manage the threat from pathogens that were introduced by European settlement of the landmass of Australia. And so this information now affords far greater resolution in regards to best practices for the management of indigenous species. And lastly, there are also examples where companies like Illumina, through their corporate and social responsibility, directly contribute to funding opportunities. iConserve is one initiative. The Agricultural Greater Good Initiative of Illumina is another. But I would really encourage you to look at other organizations, commercial and non-government organizations, to support your work, because really this is another example of how we can amplify the benefit and leverage the technology of genomics. I mentioned just a moment ago Illumina's Greater Good initiative, and indeed this particular study, for which you can get the direct reference, was an example whereby Illumina contributed through a competitive grant to the generation of information documenting native species or cattle breeds, such that the advantages that local farmers had indeed selected for in their herds could now be documented at a genomic level and best managed to ensure that those traits were preserved, and the advantages that had been bred into that stock over many centuries could be maintained even under the pressure of climate change and the likes. And then lastly, I'd also suggest looking to partnerships within the corporate world. Indeed, earlier this year, Illumina and Abacus Bio announced a partnership that really allows you, the customer, the end user of genomic technologies, to get the best of both worlds. And in this scenario, Abacus Bio represents an entity whose tools are used to support smallholders to gather phenotypic data that then can be coupled with the genotypic data generated by Illumina's technology. And this means that there is far greater utility and access to farmers across the globe, not just large institutions and the likes, to the benefits or leverage of genomics. So those were really just several examples of partnerships that have really addressed the drivers or responded to the drivers in biodiversity and conservation. And so for the last few moments of my presentation, I really would like to illustrate an approach to leveraging the tools that are available to you now. Now, as far as Illumina's technology goes, we have a number of tools for sequencing and microarrays that really allow you to discover, to develop, and then deploy that genomic information, such that you can generate utility from that data. Now, what that means in regards to the methodologies and the apparatus used is there is a continuum in regards to your choice. It is not one size fits all. The first life on our planet actually started a few billion years ago. And that's an incredible head start in regards to what we are doing today, and in regards to the technology, the molecular technologies that, even if you consider PCR, are really only 40, 50 years old. And so it is in your best interest to leverage as many different approaches as available to you to best understand those centuries of evolution that are now baked into the environment, the organism that you are attempting to discover, to elucidate, to define in your efforts for conservation and biodiversity. Some of those challenges really relate to the features that evolution, the pressures that evolution has applied to the genome of your particular organism of interest. And this means that one needs to go well beyond just assembling a DNA sequence. One actually needs to understand both that core DNA assembly, as well as the structural variants, the repetitive regions, the copy number, and even the epigenetics the proteome that goes with that particular sequence. When we look at that schematically as a mechanism to plan our experiments and indeed define the methods that we choose, you can see that we, of course, have at the high level the opportunity to pursue our investigations at the DNA, RNA, and protein level. What you may not be aware of is that Illumina sequences, even though we most commonly refer to them as DNA sequences, can actually address all of those inputs. Yes, you can sequence protein information on an Illumina next generation sequencer. Now, once you consider your input material, then you look to define which of the omes, whether it be the genome, the epigenome, the transcriptome, is most relevant and is going to provide the most relevant information for your studies. And from that, you can define the methodology. And from that, down the bottom of screen, you can actually define what hypothesis you will be able to address. And what that means is available to you, you have a number of methodologies, and the effective approach is not rooted in just one solution. So the key advice at this point is if, when planning your experiment, you can collect more than just DNA, you can collect sample material that will allow you also to extract RNA, proteins, and the likes, then long-term, you are actually positioning your study in a favorable light. What's more, when collecting those samples, I can't stress enough the importance of collecting phenotypic data around each of those samples. It could be the geospatial information around where the sample was collected. It could be the traits of the animal from which the sample was collected or their offspring. It could be particular details with regards to productivity or the commercial use of that product. But in essence, all of that information allows you to connect the genotype and the phenotype and drive your observations through to useful outcomes. If we give a few examples, in some instances, you may not actually be able to collect sufficient information or perhaps even complete a whole genome. In this instance, though, you may not need to. Many domesticated species have actually inherited traits from single ancestors. This is certainly true of the majority of cattle breeds that are used across the globe. And so in this instance, rather than completing a whole genome sequence of the animal, the genome itself being roughly the same size as that of humans, you could leverage just single nucleotide polymorphisms or SNPs on either a microarray or through targeted genotyping by sequencing to document the variation between your breed and that of the original breed. And hence, through that inheritance, document those traits that confer a degree of advantage to that breed in your particular environment. In doing so, you've saved a significant amount of time. You've not had to sample as many animals, and ultimately you have also probably saved a significant amount of money. If you have an opportunity to include RNA, here you may benefit from looking at the transcriptome rather than the genome. This might provide you greater insight to how those phenotypes are in fact informed or influenced relative to particular mutations and the likes, such that you can infer the advantage through a particular mutant that you've observed in your population. And so here, really, it becomes an opportunity to balance the available inputs and constraints to create the best population diversity available. And then, of course, there may be opportunities to go beyond just the genomics. Genome itself is only one component. There are methylation patterns involved that represent an oversight or an additional biological component of control and influence. So, for example, we now have the ability, through analyzing DNA methylation patterns, to, for example, tell the difference between wild catch and farmed fish. And so one can actually document the provenance of food, the influences and stresses on particular species in response to climate change, not by looking at the genome, but rather by looking at the epigenome. To finish, and really give you some insight as to where the technology is going. In most instances, when we talk about next generation sequencing, we commonly refer to 4 key steps. Obviously, the extraction of the nucleic acid from your sample, then the preparation of your library, and the earlier presentation by colleagues from Eppendorf really showed how you can even automate much of the library preparation process. Then one sequences that library before you analyze it. If I focus just on the component of sequencing, we recently launched a new instrument which represents the culmination of our greatest innovation in the last couple of years. Now, what's key around that new sequencer is it dramatically reduces the effort to generate those libraries and run the sequencer itself. What's more, when we consider the broader ecosystem of genomics, the reagents for this sequencer now no longer ship with cold chain requirements or dry ice. They ship and store at room temperature. And so in regards to our corporate social responsibility, what this means is we dramatically reduce packaging volume, we dramatically reduce the use of pollutants, we increase the ability to recycle much of the product such that it goes beyond just the manufacturing considerations and even assists you in addressing your environmental concerns and responsibility. What's more, the advantage is that one instrument now also gives you much greater flexibility. So in the paradigm that I showed before, where you might be considering the extraction or the use of DNA, RNA, or protein information, you can now complete many of those experiments on this one instrument, maximizing your return to any given sample, but of course, maximizing the use of the resources that you have available to you or that your service provider that you choose has available. And that comes with significant advantages in regards to time, in regards to the amount of information you generate, such that, again, the utility of your analysis, the mechanisms, the ways in which you might, for lack of a better description, slice and dice the data to make more informed decisions against your original hypothesis are increased dramatically without increasing the upstream components of any next generation sequencing experiment. And so hopefully with that, albeit brief introduction, I have highlighted the fact that sequencing itself is a multi-pronged tool. It has immense value, and many of the opportunities or the use cases for sequencing are accessible now. But when planning your experiments, indeed, when listening to the balance of the talks at this particular workshop, think about how you can best manage your available samples, your budget, the cost, the scale, and of course, how that all informs your experimental design, focusing really on the utility of that data and then how you would deploy it. Because ultimately, this is what defines the use of genomics in the bioeconomy. And so with that, I do again thank you for the opportunity to present And hopefully on the next occasion, I will be able to join you in person to participate in the next workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Abdou, for this outstanding presentation, highlighting the importance of Illumina technologies in environmental and biodiversity monitoring. So you show us clearly that there are a lot of Illumina technology that can be used in order to guarantee, to address some scientific question regarding biodiversity and conservation. Thank you very much. So we'll leave the QR section to the end. So we will have the second speaker now. So our second speaker is Dr. Fatima Zohra Tmimi. She holds a PhD diploma in medical entomology and molecular biology and currently serves as the scientific manager for molecular biology at MegaFlex. Dr. Tmimi, is also Illumina certified in library preparation for next generation sequencing. In her role, she's in charge of diverse area of tasks, including providing scientific and technical supports to users, conductions, training section for clients, and participating in the organization of various scientific events and training. Dr. Tmimi's expertise and dedication makes her an invaluable asset to the field, and we are excited to have her today sharing her knowledge with us. So, Dr. Tmimi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So it's a big honor for me to be here today in order to give you a presentation about advancing genome sequencing with Illumina, empowered by MegaFlex, your trusted partner. It's not working, I think. On the bottom, it's not working. Net at the bottom, net at the bottom. Oh, it's not. If is there any other option? Yeah? No. Yes. No worries. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's begin, or let's start with what is DNA sequencing. When we want to sequence something, I mean our genome, our exome, a little part of our genome, is when we have to search for the 4 nucleotides, I mean A, T, C, and G. So the ability to read our genetic code, it's when we have to learn about basics of DNA sequencing. At this moment, we will be able to read our sequence of DNA, requires the ability to distinguish between the different nucleotides, which means A, T, C, and G. We can use a lot of methods. Here we will see just Sanger-based electrophoresis and NGS sequencing. So with Illumina sequencing workflow, we have 4 steps. First one is DNA extraction. We have to extract our DNA, purify it, and then preparing our library. So let's get started with sample preparation. Here we have a lot of techniques in order to extract our DNA. We can use the spin column extraction, magnetic extraction, lysis buffer extraction. And here, the choice of our kit to extract our DNA depends on the application itself. For library preparation, first of all, we have to cut our fragment of DNA. So it means that we have to prepare a small fragment from different size. It's gonna be 25 nucleotides, base pair. It's gonna be 1,000 base pairs. So here we have to collect all those fragments and select these fragments of interest with the size of interest. We have 2 kinds or 2 methods of fragmentation. We can use the enzymes, which enzymatic sharing is enzymatic method, and using the covariates, which is mechanical method. So the step of preparing our library is a critical step, actually. It's not easy, but at the same time, if we have all the background in molecular biology techniques, we can prepare our library easily. So here, our fragment, the library is when we have our fragment of DNA, and after that, we will add what we call indexes. So indexes, I don't know if, this is our input, this is our DNA of interest, this is what we will sequence after that. And here we have the different parts of our indexes. We have read 1 and read 2 sequencing primer binding sites. We have indexes. It's like when we have to give a name to our sample, because we will pull after that a lot of samples. We have maybe 24, maybe 12 samples, and to distinguish between those samples, it's very critical and very important to give to each sample a unique index. And we have what we call P5 and P7 regions binding sites. So the P5 and P7 regions binding sites, it's for clustering steps. This step, it's before sequencing, because before sequencing, we have to generate our clusters. We will see that in the next slides. So the P5 and the P7 regions binding sites, they are both ends of the library, okay? For the read 1 sequencing binding sites and read 2 sequencing binding sites, it's for the sequencing primers. So here, our sequencing will start and we will begin. And after that, we have our indexes, index 1 and index 2. It's for multiplexing. It means when we want to pull and we want to sequence multiple samples, we have to attribute to each sample a specific index. The question is, are we able to sequence a lot of samples at the same time? The answer is yes. And this is by using our indexes. So several samples can be sequenced at the same time, and after that can be sorted by indexes. Okay, so the samples will be sorted by the indexes, as I said, as I explained. Okay, so here our library is ready to be sequenced. This is the step of sequencing, and actually here we have two steps for sequencing. We have the cluster generation, and after that the sequencing. So the cluster generation is when we have our DNA of interest. This is our library that will be amplified by a bridge amplification. We will obtain a multiple fragments, and that's what we call a cluster. A cluster is a group of fragments that are similar to the fragment of the beginning. And after that, of course, we will sequence those fragments. So all those steps are performed in what we call a flow cell. The flow cell is a small device, it's a small glass, and inside there are what we call lanes, and in those lanes, everything will be performed. So this slide is just to give you an idea about the different kinds of flow cells, different size of flow cells. It depends on instrument. Each instrument has his own flow cells because we have many configurations. So here, as I said, we have our fragment of interest. It will be will form what we call the cluster. But the thing is, this step is very challenging. And I know what I mean, because here we have what we call under-clustering, and here we have what we call over-clustering. And the good thing is when we have something like this, it means that when we are looking to the image, we have those spots, and each spot is referring to one cluster, because it depends on the chemistry of the instrument. So maybe we will use 4-dye chemistry. Maybe we will use just one channel, which means 1-dye chemistry. So we have to be able to read those images and to not have something like this or like this. This is very challenging, but the good thing, as I said, is when we obtain something like this. Here, the instrument is not confused, because when the instrument will give you something, an image like this, this case, it means that the instrument is confused. It can be able to give you if it's a T or C or A or G, okay? So this is our flow cell. This is the lane. Those are the lanes. And here, when we zoom, we have what we call a cluster. So after cluster generation, we will proceed to the sequencing. So the sequencing, here I took the case or the example of the 4-dye chemistry. It's going to be other kind of dye chemistry. So our fragment, let's imagine this is our fragment, and we have the 4 nucleotides over here, okay? So each nucleotide with a specific fluorescent dye will be incorporated to the sequence, okay? So when our nucleotide will be incorporated, will be excited, and after that, we will have what we call a fluorescence. And this fluorescence will be captured by the instrument and translated to a T a C, A, or G. Okay? So this is the case. So our nucleotides with the fluorescence, for each incorporation, we have the emission of the fluorescence. After that, we will have what we call, this is the step of base calling. It means that the instrument is giving you the whole succession of the nucleotides. And this is what happened during the sequencing. So basically is this. And when we use the 4-dye chemistry, we obtain images like that, with very colorful, but as I said, it's very challenging to have something like this in order to distinguish between the 4 nucleotides. After that, we have the step of analysis. So here we have primary, secondary, and tertiary analysis. We have many software. We have control software. Those are specific to instruments. It allows us to have images, base calling, and intensities. For software analysis, we have what we call base space. It allows us to have to do alignments and to detect the variants. And after that, the visualization softwares for annotation, reports, and filtering. The base space sequence hub is basically the cloud. Okay, so the user will have such an account on the cloud, and the user will be able to do the workflow, to storage the data, and doing the whole analysis, and also sharing the analysis with other scientific communities. This is an example, screenshot of how the base space user looks like. So you can select your instrument, maybe other instruments. So the specific kits that were used for the workflow, and other specific things. For bioinformatics, we have a lot of applications. And for each application, we will use a specific software. So if we are working with metagenomics, here we will use a specific application for metagenomics. And it's the same thing for the whole applications. Here we have all instruments, Illumina instruments, from the small to the big one. And also Illumina has what we call iScan. This is for genotyping. And the only instrument that can do the sequencing and the genotyping on the same instrument is the NextSeq 550. So you can use the chips for genotyping and flow cells for sequencing. Here, maybe you will have questions about those numbers over here. If we take the iSeq 100, we have 1.2 gigabases. So this is typically for the data generated after sequencing, okay? With iSeq 100, we will obtain maybe 1.2 gigabases. And the more we are looking for the high scalable instruments, the more we are generating a huge number of databases. So that's why when we are working on something, we have to choose the right instrument for our applications. If we are looking for something big like exomes or like human genome sequencing. So we can be able to do that on, for example, MySeq or iSeq 100. So this must be done on NovaSeq and NovaSeq X series. The same thing as if we are looking just for small genomes, maybe for bacteria, for viruses, we can use just the iSeq 100 is very suitable for the microbacteria and for viruses. For iScan, this is just a slide just to give you an idea about how it looks like. This is a shape, and we can do everything in relation with human or non-human, including plants for genotyping. It's gonna be methylation analysis, genome-wide genotyping, target genotyping, and we can customize in our ships depending on what we are looking for. Why Illumina? So with Illumina, when we are sequencing, we can obtain what we call the Q-score. So when we use a single base extension and competitive addition of nucleotides, this is SBS. It means sequencing by synthesis chemistry that results in highly accurate sequencing. It's very important to take this in mind, because when we are talking about quality score, we are talking about the probability of incorrect base call. And here, the more we have a high quality score, the minimum is having Q13. It means that we have one base call which is incorrect in 1,000. So it means that we have 99.900% of infrared base call accuracy. So this is very important to take this in mind. Compatibility and flexibility. We have a large number of applications that can be done on Illumina instruments. It's going to be DNA, RNA, target sequencing, whole genome sequencing, de novo sequencing, and so on. So it's very rich in terms of applications. And the list is still growing over years, of course. So here, just give you an idea about how many researchers are using Illumina sequencing and Illumina technology to do their research, because if we can, it's just like a game if you want, and to make Illumina on NCBI, for example, and you can have a huge number of publications that has already used the Illumina sequencing kits or Illumina sequencing instruments. So here I will give you an overview of MegaFlex. Maybe some of you don't know MegaFlex. So MegaFlex, we are based in Casablanca, and under the direction of Mr. Nasser Amrani and Mr. Mohammed Ayoush. It's spent 32 years for the existence of MegaFlex on the market. And we are working with many brands, including Illumina. In 2021, when MegaFlex decided to introduce this NGS, the next generation sequencing, to the whole brands already existed in the portfolio of MegaFlex. So the team is keeping growing over and over, and we are about 85 collaborators including commercials, marketing team, scientific support, technical support, and so on. So this is the logo of MegaFlex, and we can see here the DNA. It means that MegaFlex is involved in everything in relation with genome and with the genomic research and genomic development. And we are working with many partners, as I said, Illumina, Sysmex, Agilent, and many, many other partners. So we are working also with the public institutions, hospitals, private laboratories, universities also, and the list of our customers is growing over and over. We are also present in congresses, scientific events, by supporting our clients and our customers by, it can be by sponsors, it can be by presentations and everything, just to give to the whole public that science is very useful for their daily stuff. So this is our scientific support and marketing actions during the scientific events. And for MegaFlex, we have what we call MegaFlex Academy. It means that we are involved in everything in relation with training, with customer support, technical support, it's in terms of application of techniques, of scientific support, workshops also. So for technical team, we have engineers that are Illumina certified. I'm also Illumina certified in library prep. So that's why we will have the workshop tomorrow. Also, the 3 applications of NGS in Morocco, the most popular applications in Morocco, we have agri-genomics, infectious diseases, and oncology. And here we have the logos of all institutions and laboratories that we are working with, and where our instruments are already based. So our references in Morocco, we have Institut Pasteur du Maroc with two instruments. This is the instrument that we will serve for our workshop in Institut Pasteur, and many other instruments already installed. So here, MegaFlex is involved in the success, because it's our success also. And that we make us, and we measure through yours, of course. And we count neither our time nor our energy to fulfill our missions by your side. So we see you tomorrow at Institut Pasteur for the workshop. And I want to thank the committee of organization to give me this opportunity to be here today and to introduce Illumina and MegaFlex. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tmimi, for this interesting presentation. So we will move to the concluding remarks, and I will invite Dr. Thank God Ebenezer and Professor Julian Usuji for the concluding remarks, African BP achievements and future direction. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Do you have my slide or do I share from here?
That's good, Julian. We hear you and we see you now. Please.
Right, thanks so much, Bobby. Do you have my slide or can I share from here?
You will use your slide from your computer or from here?
I sent to Ishraq by email, but I can still share from here.
Let me check, please.
Okay. All right, can you see my slides now? Can you see my slides?
Sure.
Can you see my slides?
Julian, now we see your slides. Yes, go ahead, please. If you can make it bigger, please. Full
Can you see my slides now?
Yes, we can see. Make it full screen.
Can you see my slides?
What?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's good. It's perfect now.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a a brief presentation of some of the achievements and future directions of Africa BP. And the presentation is supposed to be made by Dr. Tango, Ebenezer, and myself. But Tango, unfortunately, is not available, so I'll make the entire presentation. At the global scale, there's a great mountain in response to this. As a response to the Global Alliance for out areas on the planet where the pressure of extinction mounts most. And those are the places where the risk of extinction is a response to the need to begin to conserve
Julian.
the species in the planet. Yeah.
Julian, if
Can you hear me?
because we don't hear you well and the presentation is not moving. It seems that there's a problem of connection, of internet. Is the yeah, we lost him. Julian, I think you have problem of connection. We don't ever hear you, Julian. We don't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Hardly, because it's connection problem.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's cut voice, Julian. It's problem of connection.
Hi, Bobby. Yeah. It's like my network is unstable.
Yeah, it's not stable, yeah. But no worries, Julian, no worries.
So do I continue or do I?
So unfortunately, Julian Osuji has a bad connection, not stable connection. So we have just to conclude this session. I would like to thank Mikhail Fatem Zahra for the nice presentations and for all services that they offer through Illumina. So of course, Illumina is the gorilla of the sequencing in the world, and we know all what they do. So, and if you have, I mean, they are here or not. So I think is disconnected, Michael. So for that, we have just to close the session, and we have lunch break, and later we will start at 2:30, I guess. One hour of lunch? Yes, we have 1 hour of lunch, and we will start. Thank you very much. See you later.
يلا شدني الضحكة صافي أنا جمعت الضحكة صافي ولك كي ضحكوا لي أختي صافي أنا جمعت الحكاية شو مالك سارة شو مالك
Human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNBSEQ sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of few companies in the world that have the ability to develop and mass-produce low, medium, and high-throughput clinical gene sequencers from GB to TB. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, BIT products, and low-temperature storage products, with a strong focus on the upstream of the industry. MGI operates in more than 100 countries and regions, serving more than 2,800 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
Hello everyone. Test. Hello everyone. So today I will present the challenges that faces plant DNA barcoding.
أنا دايسة
human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNBSEQ sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of few companies in the world that have the ability to develop and mass-produce low, medium, and high-throughput clinical gene sequencers from GB to TB. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, BIT products, and low-temperature storage products, with a strong focus on the upstream of the industry. MGI operates in more than 100 countries and regions, serving more than 2,800 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life. human beings have been using astronomical tools to adventure into the infinite universe, to explore the infinitesimal by making use of life science tools and technology. Founded in 2016, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, MGI is committed to building core tools and technology to lead life science through intelligent innovation. Continuing heavy investment in R&D, MGI has developed a full range of patented technologies, including DNBSEQ sequencing technology, patent array technology, and sequencer optoelectromechanical system technology. Gene sequencing has a very high barrier to entry as it involves multiple fields, including optics, mechanics, electronics, fluid dynamics, molecular biology, chemistry, nanoscience, and other disciplines. MGI is one of few companies in the world that have the ability to develop and mass-produce low, medium, and high-throughput clinical gene sequencers from GB to TB. Besides gene sequencing, MGI has also developed a series of core technologies, including library preparation and automated sample processing. Expanding into new business, MGI has developed multiple innovative life science tools and technology, including portable single-cell systems, remote robotic ultrasound systems, BIT products, and low-temperature storage products, with a strong focus on the upstream of the industry. MGI operates in more than 100 countries and regions, serving more than 2,800 customers to date, empowering the downstream customers in reproductive health, precision cancer diagnosis and treatment, infectious diseases, food security, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and consumer genomics. Since the establishment, MGI is driven to disrupt the status quo and accelerate the industry innovation. MGI aims to build a suite of life science core tools to address the fundamental questions, push the limits of science and technology, and lead the innovation in the era of life.
are here with hearts wide open, seeking your presence, your word unspoken. Holy Spirit, come and dwell in this place, let your power swell.
All right, we're going to start our second session. So I would like to ask you to please take a seat. can you please take a seat at the back? If you can invite people outside, we're going to start the session in a few minutes. I will have to ask people in the back again one more time. Can you please take a seat? We're going to start right now. So it's a pleasure to welcome y'all today to the second session dedicated to PhD students. I hope you're ready and full of energy for these presentations. So today we have the privilege of hearing from talented researchers who will present their work, showcasing innovative ideas and significant contribution to the field of genomics and biodiversity. So I will have to ask the first presenter. Before that, I want to remind you that we'll have 10-minute presentation, and the time of the presentation is taken into consideration while evaluating this work. We have 3 awards to win today: the first, the second, and the third best oral presentation. So please take into consideration the time of the presentation. We will have afterwards Q&A session, so please feel free to ask any questions. Also, for all the attendees online, you can always ask questions, and I'm sure that the presenters will be very happy to answer, right? So I'm gonna have to call Safa Sima, who's gonna talk to us about phenotypic selection and its role in shaping the Sardi sheep genomic diversity in Sardinia. It's a work, fruit of a collaboration between l'INRA, Institute of Agronomic Research, and the Faculty of Sciences. So please, Safa Sima, the floor is yours. You can start your presentation, but please wait to give you the okay.
Thank you, Nargis, for this great introduction. So thank you everyone for this opportunity. I will start right away with by presenting the background of our work.
Oui. Ah, ok.
So, the Moroccan sheep population is mainly composed of indigenous breeds that are well adapted to their environments. And the conservation of these local breeds has been the result of the efforts of the Anok Breeders Association, which offered financial, veterinary, and technical support for the breeders if they rear the right breed in the right area. Also, the Anok Association had another objective, which is the improvement of these main local breeds, especially for production. To do so, they implemented a selection system based on morphometric criteria. However, this traditional selection system may have negatively affected the genetic diversity of these breeds and caused the loss of interesting traits. And so, the aim of our work was to analyze the effects of this traditional selection system on the diversity and population structure of one of the main breeds of Morocco, the Sardi breed. This work is a precursor to implementing a genomic selection system for this breed. First, I would like to explain two concepts related to the ANOC association system. The first is the elite farms. These are the top-ranking farms in the ANOC association, which constantly achieve the best results in the current selection system. They are also usually the most senior ones and have long-standing herds. So we chose to sample our animals from elite farms in order to not only investigate to investigate the full extent of the traditional selection system on the population. There is also the concept of breeder groups or groupements, which are clusters of breeders located in the same general area, assigned to the same group. Other than geographical proximity, they share resources, rearing practices, and exchange rams among themselves more than with other groups. Each group is also assigned a technician, which helps guide them and performs preliminary selection. So in this study, we chose to subdivide our population according to the different groups in order to not only investigate the effects of geographical proximity, but also the social dynamics within and between groups. And so our dataset contained 1,032 samples genotyped from 85 elite farms. These samples were genotyped using the 50K axiom ovine array, and after quality control, we performed multiple analyses in order to describe natural diversity and population structure. Moving on to results. So we calculated natural diversity parameters across our entire population, and the results indicate that the population shows moderate genetic diversity with a low rate of inbreeding. The proximity of the values of both observed and expected heterozygosity as well as nucleotide diversity suggests that the population maintains a stable genetic structure with sufficient gene flow and random reproduction. When comparing these results with multiple other local breeds as well as foreign breeds, we see that both the heterozygosity and nucleotide diversity show similar patterns, with the Sardi breed showing similar values when compared with other local elite populations of Moroccan breeds, as well as European, Tunisian, and Algerian breeds. We also calculated the same parameters across all our groups, and we found that they all have similar values. We then moved on to describe the distribution of our animals. We used a discriminant analysis of principal components, which showed us that our population is subdivided into 3 distinct clusters. And to investigate this clustering further, we plotted the results according to our different groups. And we can see here that all 3 clusters contain individuals from almost all of the groups. These results suggest that the clustering does not really follow the predetermined groups. Additionally, we used the program Genomics to establish a phylogenetic tree of the groups, along with migration events. The resulting tree shows that there are 3 main clusters as well, mimicking geographical proximity in this case. So, additionally, multiple migration events were also suggested, most of which link groups that are geographically close. This suggests a high level of gene flow within our population following a geographical pattern. We also used fixation index calculations in order to describe the population differentiation among the groups further. Positive values indicate a certain level of differentiation, while negative values are considered as 0 or the absence of differentiation. The first thing to note here is even though our map utilizes colors from the higher end of the spectrum, the actual values are not that high, which means that our groups are not really different, are not much different from one another. However, we can see that there are 2 groups who show the highest levels of differentiation, Ouled Lim and Bnimed and Tedla. and the lowest values of FST were found between three groups, Hadrab, Nimskin East, and Test South. This might be due to the geographical proximity of these three groups. And finally, we used Bayesian ancestry estimates to study the admixture in our population. In general, we can see that the majority of our samples showed similar genetic profiles with a significant level of admixture. Three genetic components are present in the majority of our samples: the yellow, the orange, and the red components. However, some pockets of genetic distinctiveness are still present, represented here by the blue, the green, and the pink components. And to conclude, we can say that even after 40 years of intensive traditional selection, the Sardi breed still retains a good level of diversity and a low level of inbreeding, thanks to the efforts of the ANOC association. The population also shows high homogeneity with significant gene flow and admixture, which might be due to the ANOC association encouraging the wide circulation of rams outside of local groups. However, there are still some pockets of genetic distinctiveness present, which might be interesting to investigate further. So we can say that we still have a stable and healthy genetic structure within our population. However, even though the efforts of the association enabled the conservation of this level of diversity, the traditional selection system is not sustainable. And in order to fully preserve the diversity of our indigenous breeds, we need to urgently switch to a genomic selection system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Safa, for this wonderful presentation. I will ask the audience if you have any questions for Safa. Any questions online, please? No. Okay, all right. You have a question? Okay. Is this working? It's not?
Thank you for a very nice presentation. Definitely, I think the problem that we're having in Morocco is the opposite, is that Sardi will be affecting the diversity of all other breeds. Because we see the extension of Sardi to the mountainous area at the expense of Tim Hadid, at the expense of Bijat, at the expense of the others. So I'm afraid that, yes, there will be the diversity within Sardi in its area of distribution, but you are having also the subgroups of Sardi, northern part, southern part, that will bring the diversity to the population of Sardi, but most importantly, it will affect the population and the diversity of the other breeds. Thank you.
Yes, I understand, and that's why in the background of our work, I explained that the ANOC Association implemented a program where they encourage breeders to breed certain breeds in certain areas. Yes, our work is focusing on the Sardi breed. It's just a stepping stone to implementing a genomic selection system for all other breeds. And I think you may know that the ANOC Association does not really put advantages on one breed over another. So there are preserved breeding areas for each breed, and actually they discourage breeding certain breeds in certain areas. So the distribution of the breeds still exists. Thank you.
Thank you again, Safa, for your clear answer. So I'm gonna call the second presenter, Saida Aitizi, who's gonna talk to us about phenomics for adaptation of local chicken population to extreme environments in North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. You have 10 minutes to present your work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Today, I will talk about some findings about Genomic for adaptation of local chicken populations to extreme environments in North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. Firstly, I would like to start with to talk about the importance of local chicken breeds in Africa and in North Africa. As you know, it contributes to our food security, especially in rural communities. Also, it contributes in a sustainable agriculture, which require less intensive management and often have natural disease resistance, promoting a sustainable and economic friendly farming practices. Also, local chicken breeds contribute to the economic growth, especially in the rural communities. And as you know, all the importance of local chicken breeds in the cultural heritage of our country and also in North African countries. But unfortunately, these breeds faces several challenges related to climate change, which increase diseases and genetic erosion. Also, because of industrialization in different countries in Africa and the implementation of the industrial breeds, we are faces a genetic homogenization and decrease resilience of our local breeds. Also, in Africa and in the three countries which I'm talking about, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, we have a lack of studies and characterization of local chicken breeds in these countries. So these problems give us a loss of genetic diversity of these resources. And also, as I said before, it's a loss of a cultural heritage also. And as you all know, in our country and in North Africa in general, we have a different climate or agroecological system. So we have Sahara Desert, Rif Mountains, and High Atlas Mountains, which explain or give us a different climate conditions. So our local chicken is distributed in a different environment conditions with different temperature, humidity, and so on. So the objectives of our studies is firstly to identify the key adaptative trait of local chicken breeds in each agroecological systems, also to understand the role of genomics in highlighting this adaptation, and finally to develop conservation strategies of these local breeds in each country. So to start these studies, we did a huge sampling in the three countries, as you can see in these maps. In the three countries, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, we collected about more than 1,000 samples, blood and phenotypic data, of course. Here I share with you just some pictures of the phenotypic some phenotypes that are collected in the three countries. Also, we collected, as I said, the morphometric and qualitative tree that we were going to study with the climate environment data. Okay, to move to this study and to do this analysis, of course, we need some climatic data related to the three countries. So we are extracted about 19 variables, 11 for temperature range and 8 for moisture from the climate database to use it to analyze the morphometric tree collected in each country. So to do this analysis, we use some statistical approaches, principal component analysis and partial redundancy analysis. And of course, we used the R to plot the results. Here I'm sharing with you just some preliminary findings because the analysis is still ongoing. So just to share with you that in the geographical data collected using ODK Collect application are plotted in these maps. So as you can see here, the geographical spread for known locations is larger in Morocco. We did our best to collect data from different geographical position with different environment conditions. Also in Algeria and Tunisia, we have these locations. Unfortunately, we have some missing data about the geographical positions, so we didn't plot it all in these maps, but yeah. Also about Algerian and Tunisian farms, there are concentrated near to each other, actually. Yeah, and as you can see here in this table, the higher or the highest altitude that we achieved in Morocco sampling is this one. And yeah, it was a huge altitude. Also, here I'm sharing with you the correlation heat maps between climate variables and 6 morphological or morphology variables. As a conclusion of these heat maps, I can say that geography accounts for about 2 from 3 to the climate variability. Geography can be used as a proxy to climate. Also, the morphology was rather well explained by geography. And also, the longitude was the most associated with the morphological variability, in particular related to shape of chickens. Okay, here we have results about the correlation between temperature and some morphological traits. As you can see here in the table, we have a high correlation between shank diameter, comb with it also, body length, and the temperature. So we can see that with higher shank diameter, think comb increase the surface of infiltrated areas for a heat dissipation. Okay, as a conclusion or a take-home messages, as I said before, we have about 34% of the variation in morphology explained by the climate conditions. Also, the correlation analysis give us a correlation between the morphology and climate conditions also. And as a result, also 5% of the correlations are higher than 0.42 in the absolute values for the parameters that I shown before. And thank you, and I would like to thank Scalamidi partners and consortium, and also all the colleagues that they are participate in data collection. Actually, it was a huge effort from all the colleagues, and I would like to thank them, and thank you.
Thank you, Saida, for this presentation, and it was 9 minutes actually, so thumbs up. I'm gonna ask the audience if you have any questions for Saida. Yes, please.
So first of all, I want
I would like to thank you for this interesting presentation. So I have two questions. The first one is, you mentioned in your presentation that Algerian and Tunisian farms are mostly located in the coastal regions or coastal parts of the countries. How can we explain that? Do you have any explanation of this limited distribution of farms in Algeria and Tunisia? So this is the first one. And the second question is more related. You mentioned that there is a positive correlation between climate, I think temperature and some morphological parameters. Is there any explanation? Why do we have this positive correlation? It means that when we have an increase in temperature, it means we have an increase in the length of neck, I think.
Neck, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any explanation to that too? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your questions. About your first question, actually, I can say that the distribution that I shown in the second maps, it's just due to the sampling process. So we have a huge of missing data for geographical data when some colleagues take the morphometric parameters, they didn't take the geographical data, so we can plot them in the maps. But if you remember the first one that I shown about the data collection, we have some farms in the, yeah. So it's just related to the data collection process. It's not related to another problem. About your second question, I think it's a kind of adaptation of these individuals. So, as I said, it's just we are in the first step of analyzing the data, but I can say that these individuals that they shown this positive correlation, they may have just it's just a process of adaptation of this high temperature. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, of course, we are going to do this in our study, of course.
So there's one online question that goes, what statistical methods did you use for analysis?
We use PCA analysis, and the other one, it was the partial redundancy analysis. We use it to link between this climatic data and our morphological data. And we use R software to plot the data.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Saida, for your clear questions. Oh, a round of applause. So now I will ask Melvin Ondiba to come here on the stage. She will talk to us about what is environmental DNA. You can come here, you have 10 minutes to present.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. So today I'll be talking about a technique or approach that I use in my study. And the title of my presentation is, What is Environmental DNA? The Pros and Cons. So when we start, what is eDNA? So eDNA refers to the genetic material that can be extracted from environmental samples, such as soil, water, or even air. So this eDNA, it is left in the environment through skin shedding or production of mucus, secretions, gametes, or even feces. This eDNA can be preserved, extracted, amplified, sequenced, and categorized based on its sequence. So we have two ways on how eDNA can be, analysis can be done. We have the eDNA barcoding method and the metabarcoding method. So barcoding is whereby it allows species identification of a single species using a section of DNA fragment using single genes or multiple genes. Metabarcoding, on the other hand, it allows simultaneous taxonomic identification of organisms assemblages from a single biological sample. And you can see it's shown in this diagram. So how does eDNA barcoding workflow? It is the same as the barcoding method, whereby if you collect your eDNA sample, it can be soil or water. For example, if it is water, as the workflow that is shown here, you will filter it first, extract, amplify, sequence, and then you'll be able to identify this single species using that single gene or multiple genes. On the other hand, the metabarcoding workflow is a little bit more complex. This is whereby when you collect your sample, as in the diagram shows, we were able to use a protocol from the CAL eDNA. So from here, if you collect for your soil sample, you have to make sure that you collect them in replicates. So once you collect them, you'll be able to subsample and pull them together to make just only one sample, and then you'll extract them. And after extracting them, you can divide them into 3 or 4, and then you will do your PCR, whereby you can use the 3 samples to amplify using different primers. You can use CO1, 12S, or the 18S primers. You'll continue doing this process as the diagram shows, and in every step you have to make sure that you run your gel. Why are we running electrophoresis? To be able to see if your PCR worked. So after that, you'll follow all the steps until you do the sequencing analysis. So in the next step, I want to show you how do you collect your eDNA samples. So for example, if it is soil, in the diagram shown here, we normally use tubes, and these tubes are 2 ml tubes. So as you can see on the far end, you have to make sure that when collecting your soil samples, you separate them at least 1 feet apart. And you have to make sure that you collect your sample in replicates. Why? Because you need to store some for future references. And also you have to make sure that sometimes when you're in the lab and conducting this analysis, you can find like sometimes you're not getting the results. So you can go back to the samples that you had collected and redo the process again. So the next picture, this one, it is showing you images of how are you supposed to collect your soil samples. So in these images, we can see that everyone who is collecting the sample is wearing gloves. And the person who is collecting the sample is also holding the Ziploc bag. After collecting your sample, is where you have to insert them in that, close them tightly, and then insert them in the Ziploc bags. So once you collect your soil sample, what do you have to do? If this is your study area, you have to make sure that you should not step on it. This is to avoid contamination or to avoid unnecessary contamination, as I had mentioned. So once you're collecting your samples, you have to make sure they are in 3 replicates. You can choose 3 parts in the same area, and then you'll just roll your tube and collect at least 3/4 of your sample, close it tightly, and put it in the Ziploc bag. So this is the process on how you can collect your soil samples. So for the water sampling and filtration, we have 3 different methods that we use in our studies. So for these ones, we have like 3 different techniques. We can use a hand pump, a syringe, or even a powered pump. So for the hand pump, for all these ones, they use different types of pore size filters. For example, the hand pump, it uses 0.2 micrometers pore size, and for the powered pump, it uses 0.45, depending on your studies. For our study, we have done all the 3 techniques. And the best technique that we have found is very easy. It's for the syringe. This is because it is easy to transport with, and also when filtering, you find like it doesn't have too much clogging of the water. And we find like in many published articles, they prefer to use the 0.22 and the 0.45 micrometers pore size filters. This is because you find like these 2 pore size filters, they are much available out there in the markets. So the next picture is showing you people who are conducting the eDNA sampling using filtration, and we were using a 50 ml syringe tube, and in this case we filtered about 200 ml of water. So when we are in the field work, as an eDNA researcher, we normally record our data. We either do it manually in data sheets or on notebooks. Also, we have a very good metadata form that is known as the Kobo Toolbox. This Kobo Toolbox, it's very good. You can use it offline as well when you are outside in the field. And the good thing about it is that you are able to record your data in terms of you can insert the environmental setting of your study area. You can as well show the GPS location, the sampling date and time. And also the good thing about it is that you can take a photo of your study area and record it for future references. So this picture is showing you how we are recording our samples in the metadata form and also in notebooks and sheets. So the next one is you need to preserve your sample. eDNA, when you are collecting the eDNA samples, remember the DNA can degrade quickly. So we have various methods of how you can preserve and store your samples. So for our case, if it is soil samples, we prefer to store them dry, or you can use a soil preservation solution. And for the water samples, we can preserve them using a preservation solution. So for our study, in my case, we mostly use ethanol or the Longmire's buffers shown in the table. But what we can recommend is that if you want to conduct eDNA analysis, ethanol is known to be very flammable. It's a very flammable liquid and dangerous. So during transportation, you have to be very careful with it. So the next image is showing how our team was able to do some preservation of the solutions that we had collected. So here we were preserving water samples, and we were using a preservative buffer that is known as the Zymo preservative buffer solution. So after you've collected your eDNA sample, the next step is to go to the laboratory. And now here is where you will do extractions and also the library preparations. So for examples, for the soil samples, for our case, we used a kit that is known as the DNEC Power Soil Kit. And for the water eDNA extraction, we use the DNEC blood and tissue kit. So for library preparations, we utilize 3 types of primers. That is CO1, VAT12S, and the 18S. And in each, you can see that it can be able to identify different types of species as well. And for the sequencing, we use the NGS, which is the Illumina sequencing technology. So sorry for that. So this step is showing you how the activities were being done, and these photos were taken during a workshop that was done this year in Rwanda, and it was going by the theme eDNA workshop in Rwanda. So for bioinformatics analysis, so after you've gotten your sequences, so we have different kind of tools that you can use. For our study, we use things like the eDNA Explorer, as shown here. We also have the NCBI, and we also have the Genius Prime software. So, for example, I can give you something about the eDNA Explorer. This is whereby, with the sequences that you have, you can send them directly, and it will show you the type of species that you have on your site directly. For example, here we were able to see at least 3 out of 5 confidence of the type of species that we have. So, for example, for the 18S, you were seeing like we have Animalia. An example is like Branchias angulus, and the fungi, for example, Pharma andindula. And for the VAT12S, we were able to see these as well, and also for the CO1, we were able to see this kind of species. So this is the NCBI blast that I was mentioning. So after getting your sequences, you can directly blast them, and you'll be able to get the type of species that you have, and also for the Genius software blast. So some applications of eDNA are the ones that are mentioned here, and we find like eDNA can be used to detect invasive species. It can also be used to access environments that are difficult, and it can also be used to detect species that are in low abundance in the environment. So this technique...
I'll have to stop you. I'm sorry. It's over 10 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah. So we'll have to go for the next presenter. But you can stay with us if there's any questions.
I can't finish.
Yeah, you cannot. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know the time is up.
Okay. So if there is any question for Melvin for the part that she presented.
So Thank you for your presentation. The question I was wanting to ask is, I saw you used GenBank for reference library. How do you assess the quality of the sequence in the GenBank reference library? Do you have any plan how to assess the quality? And my second question, if you have any sequence that match to nothing, how do you deal with that?
Pardon?
So my second question is, if you find any sequence that match to nothing, to no sample in the barcode libraries, how do you deal with that?
Okay, so for the second question, I'll start with it. So if we want to check out, once we blast our sequences in NCBI blast, we use the percentage identity, which is 100%. So once we see that, we are able to know that this species has already matched the sequence that we have. Yes. And for the first, pardon? I can't get you. Or what can you do? So, for example, there's a probability once we are doing this, we make sure that we edit our sequence correctly. So if we find because once we blast it, we'll get different type of species that we have. So we will see the first one that will appear is the one that will be confident, this is the one that matches our sequence. So most of the cases when we are doing this, you find there's a probability of the sequences that you'll find on your side. Mm-hmm. Please repeat the first question.
How do you make sure the quality of the barcode libraries that you use, like GenBank, if there's a problem or error in the libraries that you use, how do you assess that?
Okay, for example, when we get our sequences, as I've told you, we use this software that is called Genius. So when you are editing it, you are able to see where you have mismatches. So with it, it really helps us to know how our sequences eat, and it's a very good software to do that. So you are able to use this software, and with this software, you're able to use it to see where you have the mismatch of your sequences. Okay.
So there's an online question that goes, what investment is required for environment DNA? What is the contribution of eDNA in conservation in our ecosystem from an ethics point of view? And the last question is, how can we reduce false negative and false positive results from environment DNA?
Yeah, okay, so concerning the false positives and the false negatives, this is one of the disadvantages. I was not able to finish the presentation, I'm sorry, that we normally get when we are doing the eDNA analysis. So you could find you've collected your water sample, you are sure that this species was here, but once you are doing your analysis, you are not able to detect it during the analysis. So whatever we do is that eDNA is something that stays in the environment for quite some time. And for example, for the water samples, we normally believe that eDNA can move. So with the water, it is able to be transported. So whenever you have this, you have to go back to your research and try to think, is it really this species that you are not able to get during your analysis in the same environment where you did the analysis or not? So you have to go back in your research and try to figure out whether you did your analysis well or whether this species is present in that environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvin, for your wonderful presentation. We're sorry you were not able to carry on, but we will carry on with the next presenter, Anas Khattab, who's going to present about revealing hidden marine biodiversity in Morocco, insights from DNA barcoding and taxonomic revisions. So please, a round of applause for Anas.
thank you. My name is Anas Khattab. I'm going to present to you today a part of my research. I'm going to focus today on revealing hidden marine biodiversity in Morocco using DNA barcoding. So in this presentation, I'm going to showcase the workflow of DNA barcoding and the role of taxonomic revisions in it. The thing that a lot of research papers doesn't do and doesn't give a lot of importance to. So the importance in the important thing in DNA barcoding to understand is that we use DNA barcodes, which are sequence capable of identifying species. This is due to the capacity of these sequence. This is due to the stability of this sequence within species level, within species from the same samples, from the stability of this sequence on samples from within the same species, and the variability within samples from different species. And this gives DNA barcoding a unique role as a leader among other traditional methods, leveraging its unique capacity to give identification of samples at unseen level of accuracy. So the workflow of DNA barcoding starts with sampling. Here we talk about fish species. So on board, fish are sampled, and the sampling for the study was done over 3 years, from 2019 to 2022, and it was done on 8 different in-sea expeditions. The assignment was on board for species, for samples based on morphology, and these names, we call them morphospecies. Once on the lab, photos are taken, DNA extraction is done, and amplification using PCR of the gene of choice, which is the cytochrome C oxidase 1, which is the gene of choice for samples, for animal samples. After Sanger sequencing, the identification of the samples using the available genetic data, barcode data, was done, and the name assigned after this are called genospecies. And for some samples, we needed additional investigation, and for that we did taxonomic revisions, where we compared genetic, morphological, and anatomical attributes of these samples in question. This was done over 2 workshops with the presence and attribution of a committee of experts in the different fields. So the number of samples that were studied on this study are 145. 69% of these samples didn't need any taxonomic revisions, only the data after barcoding was enough for giving correct names. However, for the rest, 23% of these samples, even if genospecies names and morphospecies names matched, to make sure we have correct names, we did taxonomic revisions, and we also found 8% of errors in morphospecies names. And the importance of doing taxonomic revisions is this 8%, where if we didn't do it, we couldn't catch these errors. All samples were successfully identified to species level. And the shocking thing was we found that the number of genospecies names were far lower than the number of morphospecies names, which is something different and the opposite what we found in a lot of studies. And we successfully identified hidden diversity of a lot of samples that I can't say now because the work is not published yet. So for the perspectives of this study, the method used here can improve the quality of the international databases and give us a loop of correct names. So if we have correct names, we can have more and more better databases, because the truth is that there's a lot of errors in the international databases. This study also provides an up-to-date checklist of marine species in southern Morocco, the studied area. And this can give us opportunity to create programs for preservation and sustainable management of marine ecosystems and biodiversity, which can reflect on a sustainable use of the ecosystem services and can give us advancement in fisheries, aquaculture, pharmaceutical sectors. And thank you for your attention, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Anas, for your wonderful presentation. I will ask the audience again if you have any questions for Anas.
So the question goes, what kind of marine biodiversity your study focused? I guess DNA barcoding, marine microbes up to marine mammalians. Can you clear your scope of study?
So the scope of study was marine invertebrates and vertebrates. So the samples are individuals from approximately, the majority are fishes, so they're from, they're fishes and vertebrates and invertebrates. That's it.
Thank you, Anas, for your answers. And we're going to go ahead and ask the following presenter, Kautar Qaddori. She will present about genetic diversity of microsymbionts nodulating Rhytamades carpa in Ma'mura forest soils. Please, Kautar, can you come to the stage? Kautar Qaddori, so I suggest she's not here. She was. So do we go to the next one? Okay, so oh, she's here. Okay, Kautar Qaddori, please, you have 10 minutes for presenting. You can come on the stage right now.
Hello everyone. Today I have the pleasure to present with you my work entitled Genetic Diversity of Microsymbiont Modulating Rhythm Dasycarpa in the Marmora Forest Soils. The Marmora forest is the largest cork oak in North Africa. This forest, Marmora forest plays significant. This forest spread an area of 132,000 hectares, with 16,000 hectares covered mainly by populations of cork oak. The Marmora forest plays significant environmental, economic, and social roles. However, this forest suffers from different environmental constraints. It is exposed to edapoclimatic problems like soil poverty, low rainfall, and reduction of plant cover. Alongside, there are problems linked to uncontrolled human activities like overgrazing and deforestation. All of these problems lead to its desertification and soil degradation, so it is important to develop thoughtful rehabilitation and fertilization programs that include robust drought-resistant trees. So, Rhythm dasycarpa is a shrub belonging to Fabaceae family within the genus Rhythm. This plant fights desertification thanks to its aptitude to elicit some biotech nitrogen fixation with soil bacteria called Rhizobia. Rhizobia are soil bacteria belonging to gram-negative. These bacteria have the ability to enter into some biotic relationship with plants of Fabaceae family. The result of this interaction is the formation of nodules on the roots within which the bacteria can convert the atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia using the enzyme nitrogenase. So the aim of this work is to analyze the genotypic diversity of Rhythm dasycarpa microsymbiont, evaluate the effect of abiotic factors on the growth of strains, highlight some plant growth promoting activities, and finally select the best performing strains. So for this, the soil sampling was done in the Marmora forest. Then the seeds of Rhythm dasycarpa were planted in pots and grown in a greenhouse under controlled conditions for 120 days. After incubation, the nodules were disinfected, crushed, and stricken on yam medium until obtained a pure culture. The DNA extraction was performed using the phenylchloroform methods, and the PCR products were sequencing. Then the phylogenetic analysis was assessed using the MegaFlex software. The strains were also tested for their multi-plant growth promoting activities and phenotypic characteristics. So the results of re-PCR fingerprinting allowed us to select 20 strains from a number of 73 isolates. The sequencing results of the 16S ribosomal DNA showed that all the strains belong to Rhizobia genus, and they grouped into two clusters. Members of cluster 1 present percentages of similarities ranging from 98.7 to 100 with Rhizobia CTZ, while the second cluster contains two strains which they share a percentage of similarity of 100 with Rhizobia lupini. The sequencing result of NOTC gene showed that all the strains belong to some biovar genus Thearum, and the concatenation of 5 housekeeping genes showed that 7 strains were affiliated with Rhizobia eponens.
The strain RDM12 is related with Rhizobia CTZ, and the strain RDM36 is related with Rhizobia lupini. The result of host range tests showed that all the representative strains nodulated their host Rhytama dasycarpa, as well as Rhytama monosperma, Camicitius albidus, Citius mospiculanus, and Lupinus luteus, while no strain nodulated Medicago arborea, Phaseolus vulgaris, and Glycine max. However, 2 strains were able to nodulate Lupinus albus. Concerning the salt tolerance, the results show that 90% of the strain grow until a concentration of sodium chloride of 1%, while only 10% continue their growth until a concentration of 3.5. Regarding pH, the results show that the majority of strains can grow between pH values ranging from 6 to 7, and they tolerate temperatures until 35 degrees Celsius. Concerning plant growth promoting activities, the results show that 60% of the strain were able to solubilize phosphate, whereas only 5% produced siderophores, while no strain produced auxins. And they utilize different carbohydrate sources, and here we have only 90% of the strain that can use triallose as the sole carbon source. Also, they have different behavior concerning the utilization of amino acids, and only 5% use glycine as the sole nitrogen source. So, to conclude, the analysis of the 16S ribosomal DNA showed that our strain belonged to Rhizobium genus, and the analysis of the symbiotic node C gene revealed that Rhytama dasycarpa is nodulated by Symbiovar genistearum. Phenotypically, all the strains grow at neutral to slightly acidic pH and tolerate 1% of sodium chloride. 60% of the strain were able to solubilize phosphate, whereas only 5% produce siderophores, and they use a wide range of carbohydrates and amino acids as their sole source of carbon and nitrogen. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kautar, for your presentation. Do you have any questions for Kautar? Any questions online, please? One question, right?
So we have a question that goes, can you use this microsymbiont species serving as biomonitoring indicators for soil health conditions? From which anthropogenic interferences, and what are your recommendations?
Yes, we can use these strains for bioinoculum to serve as that source for Marmora forest that we can revegetate it. And these strains have different abilities to resolve that problems that we have in that degraded soils.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kautar. I will ask the following again. Presenter Salahuddin Sbiba, whose work is a result of a collaboration between the Faculty of Sciences and National Institute of Fisheries Research. He will talk to us about Comber-Collier's metapopulation. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes to present it. Salahuddin.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to give me the chance to talk about critical subjects and topic, which is the population structure of fish species. This subject is crucial for the management of stocks and assessment of resources and their distributions. Let's dive in. First, understanding the population structure is crucial because it allows us to understand how the species are structured genetically and spatially. Also, this information is fundamental because it allows us to identify the distinct stocks and their migration and their connectivity. Also, it helps us to recognize their vulnerabilities. This knowledge will help us to inform the management and the decision makers to provide a baseline and guidelines to manage stocks and to preserve the resources. As you know, the population structures varies across a continuum, of course, starting from a panmictic population where there is no genetic variability, or the genetic variability is very small, and the connectivity is very high, to a medium level, which is the metapopulation structure, where there is significant connectivity and a variability that varies to a pattern of population structure where there is a high level of differentiation and genetic, and there is isolation of populations. And in the marine realm, we always expected panmictic populations or a very weak population structure, because the balance of homogenization factors and isolation factors is in favor of those factors that lead to homogenization, the differentiation process. And this will lead to null genetic variability across the populations. Take for example the Scomber coleus. This species is very crucial for the ecological and ecosystems. Also, this species has very economical assets for the northern countries, for like Morocco and Senegal and Mauritanian countries. However, there is a limited knowledge regarding its population structure. This gap of knowledge poses a real risk regarding its sustainability for the next generation. So, there is an urgent call and need to gather new insights and data regarding its population structure and its level of connectivity. Besides its scarcity of data regarding the population structure, there is a flourishing efforts regarding the biological data. This data has led to formulate and to postulate an hypothesis of population structure. There is some differentiation in the biological parameters of the species. There is a latitudinal gradient regarding its spawning zones and spawning grounds, and also in the northwest coast of Africa, there is occurrences of gears and upwelling phenomenon. Together, those factors might lead to formulate some isolation of the species, and therefore they will lead some population differentiation, and this will be crucial for the management and to lead a baseline for the making decisions. To do so, we collected samples from the northern coast of Africa, starting from Morocco to Senegal, during the spawning periods of the species, in order to tackle the spawning grounds. And after conducting the lab works, mainly the DNA extraction, then the PCR and genotyping, we assess the genetic variability and the genetic diversity via a plenty of tools and statistical analysis. Now, let's go to the results. Regarding the genetic diversity, this species shows a high level of genetic diversity, as shown by the peak. The peak is a parameter, it's the polymorphism information continent. Those values are very high, and it's very common for the pelagic species because they undertake a long migration chains and a high connectivity. If the genetic diversity was very high, the genetic differentiation of the species is very low. This is confirmed by the fixation index FST, which the value was very low. However, it's significant. That means even we have a little genetic differentiation, it's significant. Also, the Bayesian analysis shows a pattern of 50%, which means there is a homogeneity of the populations. Also, the DRPC confirms this overlap. However, it suggests the presence of two clusters, a northern cluster from Larache to Tarfaya and a southern cluster from Larache to Senegal. This study offers the evidence of the existence of a genetic variability of the species, which means there is the existence of two stocks, which means they might need a management, the managers of the stocks need to advance separately practice of management. Also, this study suggests the existence of two populations. However, it's very crucial and important to recognize its limitations. In this study, we used a very low set of markers and the traditional way of genetics. So, by this study, we suggest to combine the phenotypics and the genomics in order to obtain a high-resolution snapshot of the complexity of the population structure. Also, and thank you so much for your attention.
Oh, thank you, Salahuddin, for your presentation. I'm going to ask again the audience if you have any questions for Salah. Is there any questions online, please?
So the question goes, there's two actually. What is the role of fishing pressure on this particular population structure? And what are the recommended management options to conserve the population structure for this species?
First, the first part of the question, the fission pressure. We conduct a bottleneck analysis, and there is no fission pressure or sign of bottleneck on the population of Scombarcolias, because this species has a very, very high sample size and of the population. There is a high number of individuals of Scombarcolias, of orchard mackerel. And I didn't hear very clear the second part of the question. Can you repeat the second part of the question, please?
Of course. The second part of the question goes, what are the recommended management options to conserve the population structure for this species?
Yes, at the present moment, and with those markers, our recommendation that they may be considered the regional and specific management tools and assessment of the stocks. Separately, I mean that they may focus on the northern stocks than the southern stocks. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you, Salahdin, for your clear questions. For the sake of the time, we're just gonna go ahead for the next presenter. I'm gonna call Kautar Lahyani from the Faculty of Sciences. She's gonna talk to us about challenges in plant DNA barcoding and overview. You have 10 minutes to present, and the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. So our presentation today is about some challenges that faces plant DNA barcoding. So the first, the question is, what is DNA barcoding? DNA barcoding is a molecular technique used to identify species based on DNA sequences called DNA barcodes. So that will lead us to the second question, is why we are in need to such a method to identify plant species. There is a limitation in traditional, while morphological identification of plants, like we cannot differentiate like cryptical species with our eyes. Also, we need experts to identify plants. And also with the climate change we are facing and the over-exploitation of plant resources, we are facing a huge loss in biodiversity of plant resources. So this is why we are in huge need of rapid and accurate molecular identification such DNA barcoding. How does DNA barcoding works? First, we sample our plant material from herbarium, from the field, whatever. And then we pass to the laboratory process. We extract the DNA, and then we amplify it by polymerase chain reaction, and then we pass to the sequencing. After that, we pass to the third part of DNA barcoding, which is bioinformatics. It consists of aligning and triming our sequence and make it with a good quality. And then the last step of the process of plant DNA barcoding is to compare it with the existing reference databases to identify our plant species. So, as every other methods, the plant DNA barcoding faces challenges. Among these challenges, the first one is the lack of a universal DNA barcode for plants. As my colleague said, animals use cytochrome oxidide subunit 1 in the mitochondrial genome. It's universal for all the animals. But in plants, it doesn't work, because when they try to identify plant by cytochrome oxidide subunit 1, they find that there is a low rate of variation. So this region of genome, it did not identify plants. So we must find another barcode. There is the chloroplast that is universal. It exists in all plants. In 2009, the Consortium Barcode of Life proposed the combination of metabolase K and RBCL to be the universal barcode for plants, but it didn't work for all the species of plants. So researchers now recently uses different barcodes depending on each family of plants. They use single Lucas barcode, like metabolase K or RBCL and others, or multi-Lucas barcodes, which is combination of barcodes, or even they go further and they barcode the whole genome, the whole chloroplast genome, which is called the super barcode. And also, we use the nuclear genome, which is ITS. We can use the whole ITS region, or ITS1 or ITS2 to identify our plant species. The second challenge is incomplete databases. So even in nowadays, there is a lot of plants that are identified based on morphology only. So the databases that exist, in our cases, we use NCBI or BOL to identify our plant, but it's still incomplete. And also, we have a challenge of variability in DNA quality. The DNA quality is a crucial step in DNA barcoding. If the quality or quantity of DNA was bad or not enough, we cannot reach the next step, which is PCR. And then we will not reach the sequencing. Also, even sometimes when we have a good DNA barcode, DNA to amplify the barcode that we want, sometimes some barcodes doesn't work and they give us poor amplifications. And we need to design those kind of barcodes that they don't work. Those are some challenges that we are facing with the DNA barcode. Also, we have, like you all know, that the plant genome is complex. We have problems like hybridization that is not natural in plants, and we have another problem, which is the cost of sequencing. It's still high, so sometimes we cannot afford sequencing. So, as a conclusion, and for future direction, as a solution for this problem, we have the solution in the next generation sequencing. We can adapt these tools to identify our plants based on it, and also to improve reference databases through global efforts. We are here today to collaborate and make the databases rich with barcodes, so we don't mess in identification of plants or any other species. Also, challenges in plant DNA barcoding are complex but not insurmountable. Innovation, collaboration, and resources allocation are key to overcoming these hurdles. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Is there any question? You have a question?
Thank you very much, Kautar, for the presentation. Why you think that the barcoding is complicated in plant comparatively to animals? Because in animals, generally, it works well. We have universal genes, COI, 1 or 2, and it works well. Why you think for plant it's complicated?
Actually, I don't think it's complicated in the process. It's cost a lot when we are using a lot of barcodes. We use a lot of primers, different primers like matrix K, RBCL, ITS1, ITS2, to see which one is suitable for your plant that you are working on. And when it comes to sequencing, it's not just available to sequence all this kind, especially if you have a high number of species. To sequence forward and backward, it's a little bit expensive. So this is why I think we struggle with plant DNA barcoding in this. But if we don't have problems in amplification and DNA sequencing, I don't think it's complicated.
Thank you, Kautar, for your clear answer. So for the sake of the time, we're going to go ahead and call the following presenter, Murad Lamrabit, who's going to talk about diversity in phylogenetic analysis of the High Atlas Mountain, endemic Rhizobia dasycarpa microsymbiotes. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So in this presentation, I will share with you some of my latest findings entitled Diversity and Phylogenetic Analysis of the Endemic Rhizobia dasycarpa Microsymbionts. So nitrogen is the most abundant gas in the atmosphere with nearly 78% of the global gases. However, despite this abundance, it remains one of the major factors limiting plant development due to its free complex form. And only few prokaryotic microorganisms have the ability to reduce it to a form that can be assimilated by the host plant. So generally speaking, the process of nitrogen fixing bacteria are in two pathways, either in a free living form or in a symbiotic relationship. So within the symbiosis, we have a special group of gram-negative bacteria, namely Rhizobia, whom have the ability to associate with the roots of certain leguminous plants, forming a new organ called root nodules, in which inside the nitrogen can be fixed. So once the bacteria are inside the nodules, they start converting free nitrogen into ammonia through the enzymatic complex nitrogenase, which the plant uses for its development. In return, the plant offers favorable ecological niche for the bacterium to grow by providing some carbohydrates derived from the photosynthesis. So these symbioses have a lot of benefits, not only for the host plant, but also for the neighboring crops, for the soil by improving its fertility and structure. So the main plant of this work is Rhizobia dasycarpa, which is an endemic Moroccan plant native to the High Atlas Mountains. It has a lot of uses, especially in the ecological impact, such as in mineral vegetation programs, ecosystem restoration, soil fixation and fertilization, and also it can be used in many phytoremediation programs. So the main objective of this work is to characterize or to analyze the diversity of the microsymbionts nodulating Rhizobia dasycarpa in the High Atlas Mountains. So for that, we worked in 4 different locations where the plants grows naturally. Then we proceed by collecting the nodules following the Vincent method, which consists generally on retaining nodules, disinfecting, crushing them, and finally to streak them on a solid media until getting a pure culture. Then we proceed by extracting the DNA to start our molecular analysis. So first thing we did, we amplified and sequenced the node-C gene, which is a symbiotic gene that plays a key role in the nodulation process, and also to make sure that our strains belongs really to the Rhizobia community. And as a result, out of 130 isolates, we've got 120 presented the mean targeted gene, which means they belong to the Rhizobia. Then, to avoid collineity between the isolates, we performed the PCR fingerprinting method, and the results of the dendrogram shows that at 90% of similarity, our isolates grouped in 40 different clusters, from which we obtained one representative strain for further analysis. So then we amplified and sequenced several housekeeping genes to determine the exact taxonomic position, and the results of the 16 sRNA gene sequences showed that our strains were members of Bradiozobium genus, and they shared similarities with different species within it. Concerning the symbiotic potential, the concatenation of two genes, node C and node A, shows that our strains were members of two different symbiovars, including Retame and Genistiarum. Then we concatenated 4 housekeeping genes to reveal the taxonomic position of our strains, and the results showed that our strains grouped in 4 different groups. The first group was 99.79% close to Bradiozobium lupini. The second group presented by one strain was 95.24% close to Bradiozobium frederici. The third was 95.03% close to Bradiozobium valentinum, and the fourth group was close to Bradiozobium retame with 97.7% of similarity. So importantly, this result showed that the strains had similarity percentages below the delineation threshold, which is 97%. So to investigate further, we sequenced the whole genome of those strains using a grid-eyeing device of the Oxford Nanopore technology. Then the raw reads generated were quality checked, assembled, and then annotated. And finally, a comparative analysis was done, including the average nucleotide identity and the digital DNA-DNA hybridization. And as a result, the phylogenomic tree based on the genome sequences against the type strain database showed that confirmed what we got previously on the housekeeping genes. Also, the average nucleotide identity percentages were below the 97%, which is the threshold of delineation of a new species. The same thing was for the DNA-DNA hybridization. So to conclude, this study provided valuable insights into the diversity and phylogenetic relationships of the microsymbionts nodulating Retamida zicarpa. Also, these findings revealed that this bacteria belongs predominantly to Bradiozobium genus, with evidence suggesting the presence of a novel species based on both phylogenetic and genomic analysis.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Again, if the audience have any questions. In this case, I have a question. So you always talk about we sampled and then what are we going to do with this sampling? But I was wondering, what is the sampling strategy that you followed? Is it complete total randomization? Is it block sampling? Is it hierarchical sampling? So now you have a field, and how you take the samples?
So basically what we did, we trapped the bacteria. So following the Vincent method, which consists generally on, we took the soil, we implemented the plant on it, and then we waited for the symbiosis to occur. And after that, we took the nodules, we extracted the bacteria from it.
And so the soil is the same soil in
Yeah, the
all?
same,
Oh,
from the rhizosphere of the plant.
okay. Thank you so much. Is there any other question from the audience?
Well, I'll ask a question to evaluator. Muad, what do you expect to learn more by sequencing the whole genome in comparison with the segment of a gene, like you did at the first, but later you went to the whole genome? What do you expect to learn more by sequencing the whole genome?
So actually what we have done just now, we sequenced the bacteria. We found that we have three species, 3 strains with the percentage of similarity below the threshold, which means they are new species within the group. So we will give them a new name. And then the main objective of my project is to find some good strains in terms of the ability to tolerate different stress, especially the water stress. So we have done some other tests, like inoculation tests, and we try to find compare it with the annotated gene to see the genes that are responsible for the tolerance, basically.
Thank you.
All right, let's give another round of applause for Muad. Thank you. And I'm going to call Abdelmuiz Al-Fakir from the Faculty of Sciences, Rabat. He's going to talk about molecular characterization of FAD genes in Argania Spinosa, a candidate gene approach. You have 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. I'm pleased to be here today at the African BP North American workshop. I'll be presenting my research on the molecular characterization of fatty acid desaturated gene in Argania Spinosa using a candidate gene approach. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to pray for all the brothers and the martyrs in Gaza. You are not forgotten. We strongly condemn all forms of violence and genocide, and we stand in solidarity with all those who are suffering. With that said, I'd like to turn to the focus on my research. This work focuses on understanding the genetics basis of unsaturated fatty acid biosynthesis. We began with the generalities. Argan tree, Argania Spinosa is a unique and valuable genetics resource found in Morocco. It's oil extracted for almond. It's renowned for its nutritional properties, rich in unsaturated fatty acids like linoleic and oleic acid, and antioxidants such as vitamin E. These attributes have made argan oil an essential product for both health and industry. Fatty acid desaturases play a crucial role in the biosynthesis of plant oil by introducing the double bond into fatty acid chain. This process directly impacts the oil composition, influencing its nutritional value, stability, and quality. As shown in the diagram, FAD genes are classified based on their cell location, substrate carrier, and site of double bond introduction. As we know much less about the gene that control its biosynthesis, this leads us to the core question of this research. How can we better understand the genetics of pathway behind argan oil production? This leads us to our problematic. As we know, the fatty acids are essential enzymes that regulate the balance of the saturated and unsaturated fatty acid, directly impacting oil quality. While these enzymes are well studied in many plants, their identification and characterization may remain incomplete. That leads us to our objective. Our research have three main objectives: identify and characterize the fatty acid gene family in Argania using bioinformatics tool, analysis the diversity, focusing on exon antron arrangement and conservative motif, investigation, evolutionary relationship by comparing Argania Spinosa fat gene with those from other oil producing species. To meet this objective, a candidate gene approach has been adopted, which aims to identify the gene of interest potentially implicated in the oil biosynthesis pathway. This slide outlines the process we follow for predicting the fatty acid desaturate gene in Argania Spinosa. First, we began by gathering the sequence encoding fat and SAD protein from NCBI. This collected sequence were then used as a query to search against the Argan genome draft using the BLAST tool. And using the Augustus tool, we analyzed the conjugate obtained from the BLAST results. And finally, we confirmed the identify of all predicted gene by detecting the conserved motif that's called the desaturase. This slide summarizes the structure and the phylogenetic analysis we performed on the predicted genes. The phylogenetic analysis, we use cluster omega and mega. We characterize the fat and SAD gene into subfamily based on their desaturation activity. The gene structure analysis, we use GSDS, revealing exon antron rearrangement. For motif sequence analysis, we used MEM for identifying conserved motif. And for promoter analysis, we use plant care to detect any regulatory element in the promoter of this gene. So the identification of fatty acid gene in Argania Spinosa reveal a total of 18 genes were predicted and categorized into two groups, ISFAT and ISAD. The ISAD subfamily has the highest copy number with 9 genes. And this variation in gene number and length reflects the duplication event and the structural diversity across the species. The phylogenetic tree, we constructed a group of fat gene into 4 major subfamily based on their desaturation activity. The steroid ACP desaturase, the delta 12 desaturase, the delta 15 desaturase, and front-end desaturase. Interestingly, the front-end desaturase group was absent in the Argania Spinosa, highlighting potentially species-specific adaptation. The diversity observed in the gene structure within the FAD family. First, the exon and antron rearrangement highlights significant diversion among this gene. This mechanism, we observed mechanisms such as exon gain or loss, insertion and deletion, exonization or pseudo-exonization. Using multiple sequence alignment, we identify 2 key conserved motifs in the SAD family that presented in a His box 1 and the His box 2. These motifs are essential to the enzyme activity forming the D-iron center that catalyze the desaturation of fatty acid, their conservation, underscore their importance in lipid metabolism and the oil biosynthesis. And in conclusion, we identify 18 predicted genes of Argania Spinosa have been grouped into 2 large classes, the soluble FAD and the transmembrane FAD. The phylogenetic study show that the fat gene in oil crop was divided into 4 major groups. Our finding paved the way for more focused functional study of specific fatty acid desaturase gene, their exact role in the biosynthesis, and moreover, our research provide a foundation for the development of molecular marker linked to oil quality treats. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Abdelmaiz, for this wonderful presentation. I will ask the audience if they have a question. Any question?
Thank you very much, Moiz, for the presentation. I guess you worked on one genome, one draft genome.
Yeah, one draft genome.
You think it's enough to get your conclusions when working on one genome, one individual?
Yes, because we are searching for just in one genome that are available in the database of NCBI. So we don't have another database that we can work on it.
So, I mean, maybe in the perspective, you can add that we need more information to really, because it's one genome and it's not that very good. It's a draft of a genome. So more data is needed to check all of it.
I already mentioned that we worked on the draft of genomes, not the all sequences gene.
Thank you.
We have one more question, please.
Thank you very much, Moiz, for this interesting presentation. So I have one question regarding what's next. So you have been able, using a candidate gene approach, to identify the fade representative in Argania Spinosa using the T plus and all the characterization that you have been explained. So what are you going to do? So if we only focus on bioinformatic analysis, it's not enough. What are you going to do next?
So this is just a part of our study. Next step, we are gonna sequence all the before that, we have conduct a primer study of this gene, and we're gonna sequence this genes that we identify, and after that we can do study in the single nucleotide polymorphism for more information in the diversity of the gene in Argania.
So your work is only focusing on the diversity.
Yeah.
Are you going to study the link between the fade genes that you have identified and the quality of oil, since argan oil is highly recommended in worldwide?
Yeah, we can conduct expression study for this gene identified, and we will see if we have a difference between this gene in the form of expression.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abdelmaiz. One more round of applause so we can go to the other presenter. So now we will ask Huda Hidar to come to the stage. She's pursuing her PhD in the International Center of Agricultural Research in the dry areas, right? And she's going to talk about the use of algorithms to identify sources of scald resistance in different subsets of hortium genetic resources. You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer that's given me the opportunity to present our work, which is entitled The Use of Algorithms to Identify Source of Scald Resistance in Different Subsets of Hortium Genetic Resources. First, what makes barley as one of the most important field crops around the world? Barley is known for its high adaptation to different climatic ranging from desert altitude and highest altitude, and also can grow in more than 100 around the world. And also, it has multiple uses. We can use it as feed, food, and malt. Due to its high nutritional value, barley has several benefits which can prevent or treat diseases. And also recently, we can use it as biofuel. However, barley productivity and activity are affected by various phytopathogens. Among these phytopathogens, which call Rancosporium commune, which is a hemobiotrophic fungus, which can resist to multiple fungicides and also has the highest genetic and phenotypic diversity, and also can adapt to abiotic selection procedure, including global warming, and also can affect a broad range of species. So the aims of this study are understanding the distribution and spectrum of variants of the pathogen in Morocco, and identification of new sources of resistance to scald disease, and also to assess different predictive models for efficient management of genetic resources for resistance to scald disease. So we have used about 191 accession of generation challenge program, and also we have used 101 of focus identification of germplasm strategy subset. So we have conducted surveys to collect from naturally infected barley fields from different agroecological zones of Morocco. We have isolated about 50 isolates of Rancosporium commune. And at adult plant stage, the trial were conducted at a field station under Morocco and Ethiopia conditions, and also under control condition and at adult seedling stage with using two most virulent isolates. So there is several technologies and tools have significantly improved or evaluate for evaluation in plant breeding, such as bioinformatics tools and also AI machine learning. In this study, we have used about 4 machine learning algorithms, such as Kenner's neighbors, random forest, budget cards, and also support vector machine. For the seedling, we have used at the seedling stage, we have the fix showing higher resistance than GCCP, particularly against the resistant, the scald isolate, Y122 isolate. However, with the scald isolate 5111, we show the higher percentage of susceptible accession. For the adult plant stage resistance, the results showed that the highest percentage of resistant accession for the both subsets were observed at Geisha station, and also the lowest percentage of resistant accession for the both subsets were detected at Holida station in Ethiopia. For the modeling performance from the best machine learning algorithm at seedling for high and average scores, we showed that the two model classes were not balanced for the both high and average scores, while the isolate 1.1 showed a better balance than the isolate 5.11. For the model average accuracy, we're significantly higher than null accuracy with 89% and 64% for the isolate SC11 and SC511. And for the comparing the modeling performance between 4 machine learning algorithm field data of reaction to scald in all barley accession, the results showed that the model showed significant and accurate result, which is budget card, random forest with an accuracy of 73% and 72%. However, specificity was very low to medium for all 4 assessed models, and null accuracy was higher than 51 and raised to 67%. So at adult plant stage, in different environment, The results showed that accuracy for the model in Marchouche was significantly higher with an accuracy of 81% and with kappa of 53. Overall, model performance is highly dependent on environment, which Marchouche station and Gauge station showing the better result than Holita 17 and 18 in Ethiopia. So, to conclude, fixed approach presents further evidence that geographical distribution of the disease resistance in nature is not random and is influenced by environmental conditions and in the host diversity. And also, all the model efficiently identified resistant accession with high specificity, but show different pattern performance between isolates and at the seedling and the failed population at adult plant stage. And also, we will combine with phenotypic and environmental data, molecular marker to predict or to do machine learning algorithm. So the fruit of this work was published, and for further information, you can access to this link. So I would like to express my deepest gratitude to my supervisor and also to all the team that work in this study. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Huda, for this wonderful presentation. I will ask again the audience if you have any questions. Well, in that case, I will ask you a question or maybe a remark. I just remarked that you didn't talk a little bit more about how you assess the accuracy of these models. So did you use cross-validation? What kind of assessment did you use to assess the accuracy of these models?
Yes, we have, to evaluate the performance of this model, we have used the parametric or metric, which call accuracy, precision, kappa, upper accuracy. All these metric we use to evaluate if this model is good for us or not.
Yeah, but you can compute the accuracy, specificity, and for both,
yes.
If you use cross-validation or if you use only training and validation set.
Yes, we use it and we use 70% of the training data and the rest is testing data.
And so in the validation, the accuracy was better also.
Yes.
That's great. Does the audience have any more questions? So in that case, we can just move on. Thank you so much, Huda. And now we're going to call the last presenter of today, Lardia Ali Bougma from Burkina Faso. He's going to present about pearl millet population analysis to creating hybrids. Thank you so much for being with us today. You have 10 minutes to present. Can he? Sure, you can speak.
Okay, thank you. Ok, merci bien. Avant qu'on ne montre mes slides, je tenais d'abord à remercier l'Université Mohamed V et le laboratoire de microbiologie et biologie moléculaire de m'avoir accueilli pour un séjour scientifique ici pour un mois. Et c'est dans ce cadre que je suis tombé sur votre workshop. Donc, et vraiment, ils m'ont intégré et vraiment, c'est une grande chaleur pour moi. Je me suis retrouvé comme si je suis au Burkina Faso. Et donc, je suis enseignant-chercheur là-bas et j'ai soutenu ma thèse depuis 2017 sur une espèce un peu qui est cultivée en Afrique de l'Ouest, plus ou moins, parce que je ne l'ai pas retrouvé ici dans la consommation alimentaire. C'est une semaine que je viens de faire. Merci bien et vraiment très chaleureux voilà, d'être avec vous. Merci.
OK. Merci bien. Donc, comme je le disais, ma spécialité, c'est la génétique et amélioration des plantes. OK, donc c'est une thématique et une partie de mes travaux de thèse qui avaient porté sur permis les population analysis to create an hybrid. Donc, c'est un plan classique de présentation dont je vais donner. Il s'agit d'une introduction un peu, matériel et méthode, résultats et les discussions que nous avons obtenues en 2017 et un peu une conclusion assortie de perspectives. Donc, à cet effet, c'est vraiment cette espèce qui semble être beaucoup plus localisée en Afrique de l'Ouest et dans quelques pays, donc qui constitue l'une des aliments de base voilà, de notre pays. Donc, parmi les 14 espèces qui font partie de la famille des millets, principalement, donc, l'Afrique de l'Ouest cultive les 4 cultures, à savoir le sorghum bicolore, Inistutum glaucum, et Fonio, Digitaria exilis comme nom scientifique, donc qui est peut-être très peu connu ici, mais je vois celle qui vient de me devancer, il parle de Barley, donc il fait partie de ces cultures céréalières. Désolé, mais on va y arriver. Bien, donc je disais que ça fait partie de ces 14 espèces. Donc ça, c'est l'image du sorghum bicolore, le père millet sur lequel moi j'ai travaillé. Un peu ça, c'est une autre variante d'espèce, le fonio et black fonio et white fonio. Donc ils sont principalement ces 4 espèces qui sont cultivées en Afrique de l'Ouest. Parmi ces 14 espèces céréalières qui sont connues dans la grande famille des millets. Et donc, lorsque le père millet est un peu amélioré, et donc on obtient une image pareille. Donc ça, c'est une amélioration, un croisement qui a été réalisé entre une collection de Burkina et une collection de laine. Mais quand ça reste en milieu traditionnel comme une variété, donc elle se présente ainsi. Et donc il faut dire qu'en réalité, c'est une espèce qui est allogame, donc avec 2 N égale à 14 chromosomes, donc qui possède actuellement, avec les recherches qui se sont réalisées en 2017, autour de 38 000 gènes à peu près, donc avec une liaison de G par C, donc de 47,9% en termes de ce qui est contenu dans le génome. Donc, ces mêmes études ont révélé un peu une similitude donc, qui nous montre en réalité qu'on peut faire plusieurs croisements entre ces différentes espèces. Donc, il s'est avéré. Donc, ils partagent en commun avec un peu le sorghum bicolore, plus de 14 gènes qu'ils partagent en commun. Et ils partagent en commun avec une millet foxée qui est beaucoup cultivée en Inde, donc autour de 13 000 gènes. Et avec le maïs et le riz, ils partagent en commun 11 000 gènes et suivi un peu de Barley. Donc, nous pensons que nous pouvons réaliser des croisements entre eux pour peut-être rechercher un certain nombre de critères d'intérêt pour ces plantes-là qui est dans une perte d'érosion génétique au fur et à mesure. Donc, c'est un peu ces différents croisements qui ont été réalisés. Donc, à cet effet, il faut dire que dans notre pays, qui reçoit quand même une faible pluviométrie, parce que nos pluviométries va de 250 mm d'eau, donc à plus de 600, elle est pratiquement cultivée, elle peut résister dans des températures autour de 42 degrés Celsius, donc son pollen est toujours viable. Et donc, en milieu rural, en termes de productivité, c'est autour de 1 tonne à l'hectare. Donc, il veut dire que les rendements restent toujours très, très faibles pour cette espèce. Bien, donc, mais il faut dire qu'en réalité, cette espèce est consommée de l'ordre de 90 millions de la population mondiale à travers l'Afrique de l'Ouest, et l'Inde consomme cette espèce. Et donc, au Burkina Faso, c'est l'une des premières espèces, en tout cas, qui est consommée comme une nourriture traditionnelle dans le pays, où on estime par jour, on consomme ça de l'ordre de 70 grammes de cette espèce par jour en termes de grains. Et donc, ces derniers temps, il s'est révélé sur la caractérisation biochimique qu'elle contient en moins de 8 et 19% de protéines à son sein. Donc, on est en train d'implémenter pour voir si elle peut rentrer en réalité dans la transformation du pain. Et donc, avec un peu de carbohydrates autour de 56 à 65% donc, de cet élément. Donc, voici un peu les différents mets qui sont utilisés pour cette espèce dans nos pays, en passant par un peu ça, c'est une bouillie infantile qu'on donne au bébé chaque matin. Donc, ça, c'est un plat principal de notre pays. Donc, tout ça, c'est des transformations, plus ou moins agroalimentaires, mais endogènes, parce que c'est à l'intérieur du pays que cela est consommé, de manière journalière. Et donc, sur le plan socio-culturel, donc l'importance, nous pensons qu'en tout cas, ce qui a été révélé au niveau de ma thèse, comme des informations obtenues auprès des paysans, il s'est avéré en réalité qu'elle joue plusieurs rôles, comme on l'utilise un peu dans l'empoisonnement, dans la lèpre, donc en milieu rural, il l'utilise avec certaines plantes, il l'associe. Donc, sur le plan social, voilà, culturel, il faut se dire que vraiment, c'est une espèce qui semble être liée à l'histoire même de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, parce qu'elle fait partie du centre d'origine en réalité. Voilà, elle appartient à un centre d'origine de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, donc un peu la corne nord de notre pays qui entre les trois frontières, le Mali, le Burkina et le Niger, donc elle est principalement cultivée dans cette zone. Et donc, mais ces derniers temps qu'elle subit, elle est affectée par une érosion génétique à cause des changements climatiques et des maladies donc, qui fait chuter davantage. Donc, nous sommes intéressés à penser que, bon, comment on peut améliorer toujours davantage cette espèce dans le contexte des changements climatiques, d'où en réalité l'utilisation voilà, d'une caractérisation à grande échelle pour pouvoir le faire. Et donc, l'objectif vraiment, c'était d'évaluer cette diversité voilà, au plan national. Et donc, on a utilisé un programme voilà, standard qui est bien connu avec 20 marqueurs et sur 86 accessions. Donc, à cet effet, 8 paramètres génétiques ont été évalués avec des analyses un peu connues. Donc, il s'est révélé au sein de cette collection quand même qu'on peut avoir 67 allèles différents, donc avec un pic de 0,68 et avec une hétérozygosie de 0,66. Donc, il y a trois clusters qui ont été révélés, 3 groupes différents voilà, par rapport à cette collection. Et à cet effet, on s'est retrouvé avec une similitude en termes de population qui varie de l'ordre de 88% à 96%. Donc, par rapport à ça, en termes de conclusion, donc on peut dire qu'effectivement, il y a une petite diversité, mais il faut continuer à introduire la plante, mais avec les 20 marqueurs de manière spécifique qui ont été utilisés, dans une structuration aussi qui a révélé 3 groupes. Donc, aujourd'hui, nous sommes dans un processus de croisement d'allèles pour augmenter la population élite et évidemment utiliser aujourd'hui ces nouvelles technologies de séquençage, voilà, pour voir encore la variabilité qui puisse exister à son sein. Merci bien.
Merci à toi. Thank you so much for your presentation. I will have to ask the audience if they have a question.
Thank you very much, Ali, for the nice presentation. So we got the opportunity to calculate some parameters for the millet, for the pale millet, heterozygocy and all. And you used microsatellite, okay? My question to you, is that enough or you need as perspective to use, for example, single nucleotide polymorphism? What you expect to have if in the future you decide to repeat this analysis, but other than using STRs, using other markers like SNPs?
Ok, merci. Je pense en réalité les perspectives, c'est comme je l'ai déjà dégagé un peu voilà, par rapport au travail qui est en train de faire, mais nous sommes vraiment dans ce programme de collection de la ressource phytogénétique dans le cadre des changements climatiques, et donc pour pouvoir voir si on peut retrouver certains caractères d'intérêt beaucoup plus adaptés voilà, aux changements climatiques qui nous intéressent le plus.
C'était par rapport aux marqueurs que tu as utilisés, les STR, pour la caractérisation génétique. Ma question c'était si vous pensez que c'est suffisant ou bien vous prévoyez dans le futur utiliser d'autres marqueurs comme les SNP, les single nucleotide polymorphism, si vous pensez que ça peut ajouter d'autres informations que vous n'avez pas pu avoir en utilisant les STR comme marqueurs génétiques.
Oui, ok, exactement. Il s'est révélé que c'est insuffisant parce qu'on a utilisé 20 marqueurs, mais de manière spécifique. Donc, il a déjà été utilisé sur le mil voilà, à travers d'autres collections, donc on a utilisé ça, mais il s'est avéré quand même que peut-être que nos marqueurs étaient beaucoup plus polymorphes à certains niveaux, qui n'a pas pu révéler de manière spécifique voilà, certaines diversités plus importantes. Donc, Du coup, pour nous, en faisant cette caractérisation agro, on avait une grande variabilité, mais quand on est revenu sur la caractérisation moléculaire, il s'est avéré quand même que la population semble être beaucoup plus concentrée. Mais on avait trouvé une explication en se disant peut-être que c'est les migrations de part et d'autre et le partage en réalité des semences entre les populations locales qui a dû créer en réalité cette homogénéité plus ou moins au-delà du fait que l'espèce il est allogame.
Thank you so much for your clear answers. And yeah, you can. I'll ask you to stay still. We still have one more presenter. I'm gonna ask Zuhra Shaddad to present her work about exploring the genetic diversity and functional genomics of Rhizobia nudulating lupinus luteus in Moroccan agricultural lands. You have 10 minutes.
So thank you so much for having me today. I have the pleasure to give you my presentation about exploring the genetic diversity and functional genomics of Rhizobia modulating lupinus luteus in Morocco, agricultural lands. Climate change threatens to disrupt basically every aspect of our lives, affecting even the food we eat. Sorry. And it does. Thank you. And it causes more frequent and severe droughts, along with prolonged periods of extreme heat. And it is expected in Morocco that the precipitation to decrease by up to 40% in 2050 and by up to 40% in 2080. This condition causes a significant challenge for agriculture, since the majority of crops are sensitive to drought. Anyone knows about the damage that can happen if we forget to water our plants. And this damage doesn't go away when water comes back in many cases. And even short-term drought can have long-term consequences. And among these consequences, we can see physical damages that can't be repaired. And with the increase of population that push agriculture to its limit, we have to feed more people with less food. So that's why researchers have been trying to make plants more tolerant to drought. It turns out that some microorganisms have the ability to develop or to increase the plant tolerance to drought stress. These microorganisms include bacteria and arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. It helps promote plant growth, fixed nitrogen, atmospheric nitrogen into a usable form for plants, help to improve plant nutrition, increase photosynthesis, and release plant growth regulators. It also can release molecules that play a role in drought tolerance, including hormones, exopolysaccharides, and enzymes that boost the antioxidant system, and promote growth by lowering levels of ethylene, and provide structures to biofilms that can surround a plant's root and keep them from losing water. And among these bacteria, we have Rhizobia. This bacteria that forms a symbiosis with legumes and forms nodules in roots where nitrogen fixation takes place. This symbiosis have numerous advantages, including increasing fertility in ecosystem, increased tolerance to biotic and antibiotic stresses, increasing nutrition availability and absorption. And also it helps decrease the use of chemical fertilizer. So let me introduce you to the region where my study takes place. It's called Zaire region. This region is characterized by crop rotation, based essentially on yellow lupine and cereals. the culture here is based on, the agriculture here is based only on rainwater. And the climate here, the climate is semi-humid, but this area experience periodic drought. So this work, we aimed in this work to study and to isolate and study the efficiency of some strains of Rhizobia community of Lupinus luteus, and to test their ability to promote growth in normal and drought stress conditions. For that, we used plants of Lupinus luteus and we cultured them in sampled soil from Zaire. And after 2 months, we sampled the nodules. The nodules were then disinfected, crushed, streaked on EM medium. In total, we isolated 127 bacteria. A pure culture were prepared for each bacteria, and the DNA was extracted. The DNA was used to check for the presence of nodulation genes, including node A and node C. And it turned out that 83 isolates have the nodulation genes. These strains were then typed using RePCR. This technique consists of amplifying repeated region. And for each strain, we have a specific profile. And as a result, we have 18 clusters. And in each cluster, we choose only one strain. And for multi-local sequence analysis for each strain, we had sequenced 5 genes. These genes were then concatenated and aligned with the reference genes available in NCBI. The results revealed that these strains belong to Rhizobium genus, and we have 6 clusters. The first 2 clusters are close to Rhizobium canariens. The third one is close to Rhizobium lupini, and the fourth and fifth one are closer to both species, canariens and lupini. And for the sixth one is potentially new species. We selected then 8 strains that we want to check the production of auxins, siderophores, phosphate solubilization, and nitrogen fixation, and their ability to tolerate drought. It turns out that both strains, LZ14 and LZ17, have the ability to tolerate, to fix atmospheric nitrogen more than other strains. And for the strain LZ17, have the ability to tolerate more drought. So we use these strains for the second test of inoculation, in which we grouped our plants to 5 groups. The first one was inoculated using the first strain, LZ14, the second 17, the third combination of both, and we have 2 controls. And after 31 days, we split each group to normal water condition and stress condition to check their ability to tolerate drought stress. So as a result, we took the weight, number of nodules, proline content, phosphorus content, chlorophyll, proline, hydrogen peroxide. So here, a summary of the protocol that has been done for each component. So as a result, the inoculated plants have shows high increased growth compared to to the control. As you can see here in this photo. So the inoculated plants are in the right side, and non-inoculated plants are in the left side, with A represents the normal condition and B represents the stress condition. Similar things where we got the similar results on photosynthetic pigments. And for proline, it increased with drought stress condition for inoculated plants, but not for the control plants. The PCA shows a clear separation between inoculated and non-inoculated plants. And inoculated plants are associated with improved traits such as root and shoot weight, photosynthetic pigments, and phosphorus content, indicating the positive impact of Rhizobia inoculation under drought. The third part of this work consists of analyzing the whole genome of these bacteria, LZ14 and LZ17. The DNA was extracted, and we prepared the library using the rapid barcoding sequencing. Okay. This is the process of analyzing the reads and to get the assembly and for annotation. And the results of sequencing confirm that LZ17 is a potential new species. That's it. So thank you so much for your attention.
So sorry, it's for the sake of the time, but it was a wonderful presentation. So do you have any questions for Zuhra?
Thank you, Zuhra, for the nice presentation.
Thank you.
It's clearly you found the difference between the control and the plant inoculated with the target bacteria. My question to you, the difference that you have seen concerning either the growth or the pollen or other, some are significant, but significant it doesn't mean that practically it's important. I mean, the percentage of difference of growth of pollen, does it make sense biologically? If you reflected on that, the difference between the control and the inoculated plant, this difference is significant. I mean, it's significant statistically, yes, but practically if it makes a difference.
In real world, you're talking about all measurements or just proline?
I mean, just if you thought about your parameters, if those differences are really, I mean, practically important. Because sometimes we can have significant differences, but it doesn't make any sense. I mean,
Actually, it's very important to have this difference because it shows that a significant increase, we have to specify that it's a significant increase.
Statistically, yes.
But
no, I mean, if you compare two animals and they find that I have the difference, 5 grams of difference between two, and statistically significant, but practically in the market it means nothing. That's my question. If you, I mean, thought about that differences, if really it makes sense.
I didn't get your question, sorry. Can you repeat, please?
Yes. I mean, sometimes we do statistical analysis and we find that there is significant differences. But those differences, let's imagine the differences is 2%. This 2% in the market,
it's not important.
It means nothing. So that's my question. If you got the opportunity to reflect on those differences that you found, if they are important, not statistically, but practically.
Practically, for our findings, I think it's important because we found a huge difference. For example, 40% increase compared to the control. Maybe if we apply that on soil, natural soil, we have to apply that on natural soil to get more real values.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for your presentation and your clear questions. You can just go ahead. So I will ask everybody, we're gonna one more round of applause, yeah. So we're gonna have a coffee break actually, and we should come back at 6 p.m. so we can start our third session. So yeah, after negotiation, we should come back at 6 p.m. so we can go ahead and have our coffee break, enjoy your coffee, and then come back please at 6 p.m. so we can start our third session. Thank you.
Thank you.
So hello again, please take place. So we will start this session about the practicals. So this session concerns really short descriptions of the practicals that will take place the next 3 days. So I will start with the practicals. We have an order here. I will start with the practicals that will take place here in Rabat tomorrow, and later I will give the floor to other trainer to speak about the practicals. So, Hisham, can you put the slide, please? Thank you. So in what concerns the practicals of tomorrow, it's artificial intelligence for biologists. So we will be explaining the main notion of artificial intelligence, but in an easy way. What I mean by an easy way, we will try to avoid mathematics as much as we can. So just to explain those notions for biologists, what they mean and how we can use them. So the main topics will be, for the first day, we'll speak about the supervised learning and the unsupervised learning, okay? So, I mean, it's all of you, as you are PhD students, the major part of you have already worked with the principal component analysis for clustering. So, supervised learning, it's when we have the element labeled, and unsupervised learning, when the elements are not labeled. We don't know to which category they pertain. So we will see these two algorithms, but from a machine learning perspective. And later we will see the linear regression. Okay, so for the morning, the linear regression with one variable, and for the afternoon with more than one variable. So this is the first day. But as I mentioned, all will be from the machine learning perspective, and we will try to make it intuitive. I mean, we will use some math, but really the necessary things, nothing more. For the second day, I will invite Professor Faisal Wardi, who is the head of the Department of Computer Science, and he will try to make a class about Python programming. So just a simple way, the most important commands that you will need and use during this class. During the afternoon, I will speak about classification, because clustering, we speak about normally clustering, there is two ways. I mean, either the regression when we speak about quantitative variable, or the classification when we speak about qualitative variable. So it depends on the type of the variable. We will need to do either regression or classification. And during the third day, we will start to do some advanced machine learning approaches, mainly in what concerns the random forest and the polynomial regression. And at the last part of the class concerns some tricks and some tools to check if you are doing well with the algorithms you code or the algorithm you are using. How to judge if your algorithm is working well or no. I mean, it's practical aspects of using machine learning for biological data. So that's practically the program that will be followed during the next 3 days. So that's in what concerns Rabat. Now I have to, could you give me the program, please? So the training that will be held in BM6P by Professor Ashraf Al-Allali concerns annotation of repetitive sequence in plant genomes. And I invite Ashraf Al-Allali to give us a short overview about this training. Professor Al-Allali, you have the floor.
Oh, can you hear me? I would like to share the slides or share just a document.
We see you.
Yeah, so I'll just share in the document real quick.
You disappeared, Ashraf.
Still here. Can you see?
Yes, we see your presentation. It's good. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi. Okay, thank you very much. So for the next couple days or next 3 days, we will be hosting 15 of the participants that have confirmed their presence with us. And the topic would be annotation of repeats, particularly in plant genomes. So the first day we will be doing a mix of lectures and hands-on practicals. Of course, it's a practical day. So there'll be shorter lectures, but more emphasis on the hands-on practical things. So the first day we will talk about repetitive DNA in general, where they come from, what's their significance, and also the different types of repetitive sequences that are present in plant genomes. How are they identified through different approaches? Briefly, some of the wet lab approaches, but we will focus on the computational aspect of identification of these repetitive reads. We'll look at the de novo approaches, homology approaches. We'll also present the major tools that are used in annotation these repeats. We will also have a visit to the UM6P core lab. So this is a laboratory central lab at UM6P where we have several genome sequencers. So the core lab will present to us the sequencing capabilities. This is to foster some collaborations and also to allow the researchers who will come to know what is available at UM6P as far as sequencing capabilities. After lunch, we would have the hands-on session. So we'll start with the Linux primer because we noticed some of our participants may not necessarily be bioinformaticians. So we'll start a little bit with a small primer on Linux, how to create folders and install tools. So we will actually include the installations of the tools that we will use. So that way, once the participants leave, they are able to do everything from installing to actually annotating new genomes that they might work on later. So the first day we'll focus on repetitive DNA in general. So we'll build a repeat library for a small plant genome. I think actually we'll do it for rice, so it's not that small. We will use repeat modeler, repeat masker, and a couple other visualization tools to actually visualize the results. Sorry, it's a bit late out here. Okay, that's the first day. The second day, we will focus on a specific type of repeats, the SSRs, simple markers. And so for SSRs, we will again have lectures introducing SSRs and their types and how they're actually being used as genetic tool or how to create genetic markers using SSRs. And then we will actually focus on our tool that we have built in our lab, which is MegaSSR. So we will introduce that in more detail as a lecture. And then we will also end the morning session with a visit to Tobqal, which is the, some of you might know, this is the fastest supercomputer in Morocco. So they were gracious enough to allow us to bring the students and the participants to visit this data center, this national data center. And we will have a team from the Tobqal, the College of Computing to share with us, to actually guide us in the visit. In the afternoon, we will get onto the hands-on for SSRs. So we will actually identify SSRs in plant genomes, obviously using our tool, MegaSSR. We will see how this could be used to design genetic markers and do some in silico PCRs and actually end up seeing how SSRs could be used to identify certain traits in a set of genomes, for particular plants, but we will have multiple variants and do some sort of genetic markers and actually seeing how MegaSSR or how SSR identification is actually can help guide plant breeding, for example. Day number 3, we will look at transposal elements and particularly, so first we will talk about transposal elements in the morning sessions and the different types they are, and then we will specifically talk about how the different tools that help us identify these transposal elements. And we'll also talk about plant LAI as a genome assembly assessment tool. So we will introduce these tools in the morning. After lunch and Jum'ah, we will actually do the hands-on session where we will identify LTRs using MegaLTR, which is our in-house tool for LTR RT identifications. And of course, we will also look at assessing genome assembly using the LTRs as an ALI, as a value, as an actual assessment score. And then, of course, we will conclude with an introduction to the UM6P Bioinformatics platform. So we have a lot of different tools on our platform. We will show the rest of the tools that are available, not only for annotations, but also for statistical analysis, bioinformatics analysis, different databases that we host at the Bioinformatics Lab. And that would conclude our third day in the workshop. Thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you very much, Professor Lalali, for this rich program. I'm sure the trainee will enjoy it. And really, thank you very much for all the effort and time you dedicated to train the people.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be part of this and looking forward to seeing those who will come tomorrow.
Inshallah. Thank you. So now we jump to another training. I mean, it's training that I think it's done the first time in the continent in this way, which is CRISPR-9 Fundamentals, Comprehensive Guide to Designing Genome Editing Experiment in Plant and Animal Biology. It will be done by Professor Hiroki Taniguchi and I think Valentine, if I'm not wrong. Professor Taniguchi, you have the floor.
Okay, hello, good evening, everybody. I hope you can hear me well. So we are having the workshop, mainly like a practical workshop regarding CRISPR-Cas9 fundamentals, comprehensive guide to designing genome editing experiments. So this is held at Benguerier at the UM6B African Genome Center, as it is indicated, starting from tomorrow in the morning and end up on Friday. And we'll focus on the explanation of how to design the guide RNA and how to do the experiment for CRISPR on a basis, both theoretical principles and then practical applications in plant as well as animal biology. So we have got 10 plus extra few students from different universities, including Mohamed Sang, Euromed, and UM6P, and others universities are indicated over here. And we also have some supporters from different universities, including UM6P and UM5. Thank you for their support. So I'll start explaining about our day one. So we do the registration in the morning and also starting with the explanation of CRISPR in general and its applications. This is a theoretical explanation. And after that, we move to the practical session that explain about how to design guide RNA. And then as for practical session, in my part, and I think in Valentine's part, I think he's gonna explain that later. But in my part, like we explain about cloning-free CRISPR, how without using plasmid, we try to explain how we can use CRISPR system. And then this is considered to be a really modern technology using CRISPR-Cas9 method. And then I'm happy to share our expertise to work on that. And the first day, like we at PCR, the target region that we want to target by CRISPR, and then we get the PCR product and then mixed with the CRISPR guide RNA and Cas9 protein. On day two, we look at the efficiency of the editing using the fragment that is amplified by PCR. So there we can be sure that CRISPR is working in vitro, and then to see like what to show the students that how guide RNA and Cas9 protein can recognize the target element. And then we have also the blast search session on day two, and also summing up the practical session that is done by me and then Professor Valentine on day two at the end. And on day three, we'll have the very interesting session, which crosstalk with the industry leaders of CRISPR-Cas9 technologies, such as IDT, Thermo Fisher, as well as Eppendorf, where we can discuss about our possibility of the collaboration with industries in terms of CRISPR-Cas9 mediated gene editing in North Africa and Africa later. And after that, we'll have the summary, how students are understanding what we discussed about designing guide RNA. So therefore, we'll ask students to design the guide RNA by themselves, as well as we provide some sequencing data, which genome is already edited, and then ask the student to analyze it using the online-based platform softwares. And we, at the end of the third day, we summarize what we did, and then say goodbye to the student. And then now Professor Valentine can summarize what he's gonna do on the workshop. The floor is yours, Valentine. Are you there? So maybe Professor Valentine is probably muted, so I think I can continue to explain his part, I think. So basically, unlike cloning-free CRISPR, people normally use cloning of guide RNA into a vector and then overexpressed in the target cell or target organ. So basically, in his part, like he's gonna clone the guide RNA into a vector and then ligate guide RNA sequence into a vector and then transform it in the bacterial cells and then show the students all the cloning procedures, starting from day 2 and then ending at day 3. So this is what we are planning for the CRISPR-Cas9 workshop. And then we are so excited about this because it's going to be the first time in Morocco to show this big scale of the practical workshop. And we are happy that we can be involved in this kind of activity. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tanegoshi. It's a very compelling program. And I think it's, the students are very lucky to have this opportunity to learn about cutting-edge technique that concerns the gene editing. And I believe it will be very useful. Thank you very much, Hiroki, for taking time and effort to offer this training.
Yep. So just to add, like the laboratory and this plant editing part is taken care by Professor Valentine. So he was not able to talk because of the mute, but thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to you and to Professor Valentine. Thank you. So now we will jump to the next training. It's a training, it will be done by Professor Suhail Gawar from Tlemcen, Algeria, and it will be about applied genetics in agriculture and ecology. But I think Gawar, I don't know if he is connected or no. I don't think so. Yes, okay, good.
Hi.
What he says? Ah, hi, Suhail, how are you? Suhail, you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Yes.
Good.
But microphone.
We can see your presentation. You can go ahead, Suhail. We hear you and we see your presentation.
You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thanks for Professor Bouabi to give us this opportunity to present our workshop. I felicitation for your organization and all you do for this big program, Bioinformatics and BioGenome Project, African BioGenome Project. Thank you for you and for Dr. Ishraq also and all your team. Thank you. So our workshop is presented by two of my students, Raja Khdim and Marwan Qarmouni. This workshop is focused on bioinformatics related to genetics and genomics data. Our objective is to give connection and facilitate connection between researchers, African researchers, and enhancing practicants' technical skill for our researcher from our country, African country. The workshop is due in 3 days in person. So there are some requirements about to do this training. So the participant need some technical requirements in their laptop. Our target audience is researchers, sure, student in genetics and bioinformatics. The first day is focused on demonstration and overview. The second day concerning RNA-seq analysis, and the third day concerning SNP analysis. The first day is divided on 2 sections. The first section concerning presentation of the NGS and the technique used in Algeria as interrupted amplicon sequencing. And the second section is concern introduction and installing the Ubuntu Linux system. The second day concerning RNA-seq analysis is divided on 4 sections. The first section concerning how to download FastIQ data from a database, following by data quality control and filtering. The third section concerning downloading and indexing the reference genome, and the last section concerning alignment and creation of the differential gene expression matrix. The last day concerning SNP analysis is focused only on diversity and structured genetics analysis. We don't do GWAS analysis in this workshop because the time is not long and it's not possible to do all this technique in 3 days. So this this third part is divided on 5 sections. We starting by introduction and objective of the workshop. The following part filtering SNP data. The third section concerning principal component analysis and interpretation of the result interpretation. The first section concerning admixture analysis, and the last section is a conclusion and question from the researcher to how to interpret different results concerning this analysis. So thank you for your attention. This is our workshop briefly described.
Thank you very much, Professor Suhail, for this intensive and rich program. I'm sure your students will be very happy and will learn a lot. And I would like to thank you for all the effort that you made to make this possible. Thank you, and have a good day, Professor Suhail.
Thank you, Professor Bouabid. Thank you. Thank you very much.
شكرا.
شكرا, الله يحفظك. بارك الله فيك.
So now we have the next workshop is from Tunisia, but I guess Professor Atef Shawani is not connected. So It will be about molecular biology applied to microbiology. It's about wet lab, only about wet lab. Unfortunately, we don't have Professor Atef to show exactly the program, but we will jump to the next workshop. It's from Egypt, and it will be done by Professor Asma Abu Shadi, and it's about exploring bioinformatics and marine biology, bioinformatic approach to biodiversity loss. Professor Abu Shadi, welcome, and you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Abu Abid. Did you hear me?
Yes, very well. Go ahead, please.
Please, I want to share my presentation first. Please, I want to take the host or something to share my presentation. Okay. My screen is clear now?
Yes, we hear you. We will make the presentation available for you. Just 1 second, please. Okay, that's okay now.
Okay, thank you all. Hello, everyone. It's my honor to be here in the second round for the North Africa workshop. Our workshop entitled Exploring Bioinformatics in Marine Biology, a Bioinformatics Approach to Biodiversity Loss. I'm excited to be here, as I mentioned. I will take you in 5 minutes in brief in our agenda for the next 3 days. I'm Dr. Asma Abu Shadi. I'm a Vice Dean of Biotechnology School and the Program Director of the undergraduate program in the Nile University, Egypt. My outlines for my presentation today to give a brief introduce my home institute, Nile University, Egypt, and I will take you in the brief in the 3 days. Our agenda in metabarcoding, DNA metabarcoding, and the importance for the environmental and the marine biotechnology. Today, I will cover these topics. My home institute is the first national non-profit university in Egypt and designed to be ahead of technology and business education across Egypt and the MENA regions. In my home institute, we covered a lot of aspects in research in biotechnology. We have different track for medical and environmental, agriculture and industrial and pharmaceutical and cosmetics, and also computational biotechnology and bioinformatics. In the workshop topics in the marine biotechnology, we, as you know, marine biotechnology is a very, very important track and important tool in food production, bioenergy, and the development of pharmaceutical component, as well as in the environmental conservation and resources management. And we will focus in our workshop, practical workshop in this area. I will introduce the NU team will organize this workshop in the 3 days. We have Dr. Muhammad Hassan, is the lab supervisor of molecular ecology, and our teams, Dr. Asim Qadri and Dr. Shaima Rushdi, is assistant lecturer in the School of Biotechnology in Nile University. And we are honored to have speakers or key speakers in the 3 days workshop. Let's begin with Dr. Anis Kar from the Institute Parasitology of the Swiss Academy of Science, and Dr. Abdallah Sharaf from University of the Constant, Germany, and Dr. El Sayed El Saudi from National Gene Bank Agriculture Research Center in Egypt. Okay, I will take a brief in our agenda, our workshop in the exploring bioinformatics in marine biology. It aims to address the critical issue of biodiversity loss in marine ecosystem and utilizing advanced bioinformatics techniques to solve this problem. Our participants, we actually have 28 participants. All of them are confirmed to be physically in our campus in Egypt. It's our honor to host this workshop, and our students from different places from Egypt. Our participants will engage in a series of lectures and practical sessions that cover topics ranging from biodiversity genomics to latent sequencing technology in this era. Our 3 days, we will start from the registration from 9:30 to 10, and we have a different theoretical part and practical part. We have different lectures entitled Biodiversity Genomics in the first day, Biodiversity Genomics in the Omics by Dr. Abdallah Sharaf, and Biodiversity Loss in Marine Biotechnology or Marine Biology by Dr. Muhammad Hassan. And the practical session will cover the versus of the differences between the long read and short read sequencing technology by Dr. Muhammad Hassan. In the second day, we will cover different topics, theoretical and the practical part. The theoretical part, it will take organelle targeted proteins and eukaryotic cells by Dr. Anis Kar, and the epigenetic plasticides and conservation of marine biodiversity by Dr. El Sayed El Saud. And our students, our participants will take a lot of hands-on sessions, practical sessions about the taxonomic classification using some tools or some bioinformatics tools, and UTA analyze pipeline the importance of biodiversity metrics. In the third day, we will focus with our students or participants about a lot of activity and assignments, and we have a project, and we will take time our students to finish all the tools that already take in the first and second day. And we have a group discussions and we have a project discussions. And in the before the closing ceremony, we will take the students about different track about medical, personalized medicine, and pharmacogenomics. This is a different area of our research in the last day, and we have closing ceremony for our students. And I would like to finish my talk, I would like to thank Dr. Abu Abeid, everyone involving to making the workshop in this level, including speakers, organizers, and participants. And thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Dr. Abu Abeid.
Thank you very much, Professor Bouchedi, for your contribution to training African students, above all in very important subject, which is bioinformatics for marine biology. We appreciate your effort and time for doing this. Thank you very much, Professor Bouchedi.
Thank you, Dr. Barley. Thank you.
We jump now to the next training, which will be held in Institut Pasteur, Casablanca, by Dr. Fouzia Radouani, and it concerns unlocking the power of genomics, advancing whole genome sequencing with Illumina in Morocco. This workshop will be sponsored by Illumina. I don't know if she is connected. She's connected? Okay.
Yes, I'm connected. Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. Thanks, Professor Boyadid, for introducing my workshop presentation. And I will share my screen. Please, can you share my screen? Can you stop sharing?
One second, he will give you the access to the presentation.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. So I will share my screen.
Fuzia, now you can share your presentation. You have the access.
Exactly, I am trying to.
Okay.
Can you see my screen now? So I will put full screen. Okay, so but we will allow me at the end to change my screen because the agenda I will present it in another document. So thanks for everybody, for the organizer, for allowing me to present this the workshop agenda with focus on unlocking the power of genomics, advancing whole genome sequencing with Illumina in Morocco. So I will speak mainly about EPM, Institute of Morocco Genomic Center, and I will bring an overview on the workshop agenda to be hosted at EPM. So the EPM Genomic Center is equipped by different high throughput sequencers, mainly the Illumina machines, the MiSeq, the NextSeq 2000, and the Oxford Nanopore sequencers, and in addition to the Sanger sequencer. Institut Pasteur Genomic Center team is constituted by a scientific research team constituted from researchers, PhD, and master students. The team have competencies and are skilled in different fields, mainly in microbiology, genetics, immunology, bioinformatics. And all the team, the Moroccan teams and Institute of Morocco teams are interested to genomic studies and undergoing projects related to various topics. So the Institut Pasteur Genomic Center is equipped, as I told, with the cutting-edge NGS technologies that enable enhancing institutions' capacity in genomic research. It also represents an active member of the National Surveillance Network and the Africa CDC PGI network for pathogen surveillance initiative. It's aimed to improve Morocco's high-throughput genomics and bioinformatics capabilities, and this genomic platform offers high-throughput NGS sequencing for different fields. The genomic collaborative projects that are underway in this genomic center. Mainly, we started with during COVID pandemic, using whole genome sequencing of the strains, the isolated strains in collaboration with CDC Africa. we are also making pathogen surveillance using whole genome sequencing in collaboration with CDC Africa, and we are also helping different projects on human genetics disease using whole exome sequencing, in addition to different projects targeting precision medicine using whole exome sequencing, and other projects related to inflammatory and triple negative breast cancer genetic architecture projects, in addition to the metagenomics and microbiome analysis. So the Institut Pasteur Genomics Center in process of accreditation. Process of accreditation, and all need and required documentation and procedures are prepared and validated. Machines and supplies functionality and results accuracy are continuous verification and checking. And accreditation will be accomplished, is planned for accomplishment for June 2025. So now I will speak about the workshop that will be held at Institut Pasteur of Morocco. The objectives are to train participants on Illumina sequencing technology using mainly the NextSeq 2000, and they will also generating data with bioinformatics analysis. I will speak a little bit about the NextSeq 2000 sequencer that was chosen to make this workshop. It's an ultra-fast mapping scheme to map reads onto a reference genome. The runtime includes cluster generation, sequencing, and base calling. And the capacity of the sequencer can generate 1.8 billion single reads with the last reagents produced by Illumina, which is P4 reagents. So here is a scheme of the workflow of the NextSeq 2000 sequencing. It starts from the sample preparation, sequencing, analysis, and managing of the results. To answer to some questions that are all the time asked about the accuracy and the performance of machines, such as how long the time that can take the sequencing by using the machine. For the NextSeq 2000 sequencing, we know that we have a lot of application using the machine, and the run times can range between 8 to 44 hours, depending on what we are doing as application. The second question is how many reads does the NextSeq 2000 system generates by run? I already answered to this. It can generate 1.8 billion single end reads using the P4 reagents. And how many flow cell types are offered by the NextSeq 2000 system by Illumina? We have at least four types of flow cells. So the workshop will take two sessions, or theoretical sessions and a practical session with lab practicals. And here, maybe if you can see my screen, I can read. If not, I can change in a big paper. So we can see, you can follow me. So do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, please. Just to inform that we have already started preparation of the wet lab, and the day one will be focused on to introduce participants to the next generation sequencing by Illumina. Then we will do the Illumina DNA preparation library, giving an overview, a theoretical overview about that. and we will go to the practical session by DNA preparation, quantification using the qubit machine. And then we will go to the practical target augmentation, post-augmentation, and clean up of the DNA. Finally, we will apply for augmentation, amplify the augmentation DNA, and start the library preparation. This is what is planned for the day 1. For the day 2, we will. Sorry. The day 2, we will review the session that were provided for the first day with putting the participants to a quiz to validate the training. Then we will go to the prepare, cleanup, and quantification, and pooling the libraries. Then we will go to the next SIG 2004 sequencing. We will also dilute the library to starting concentration and sequencing run setup. Then we will we will finish by practical theoretical session, introduction to the base space sequencing hub account creation. The third day, we will provide an introduction to bioinformatics because we will generate data, and we will provide an introduction to bioinformatics analysis and practical base space introduction and analysis exercise. And at the end of the day, we will go to a review of the training by a Q&A session. And it will be the end of our practical session for the 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Redouani, for your contribution into the capacity building of the African youth. Having the possibility to do wet lab from all the process of molecular biology, from DNA extraction to sequencing, it's really a great opportunity for students, which we cannot find everywhere, neither every day. Thank you very much for your effort, Professor Redouani.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And now we reach the prize for the best oral and poster presentations. Let's start with the oral presentations. For the oral presentations, we have 1 prize and 2 certificates, so 3 winners, first, second, and third. And for the poster, we have 1 prize for 1 winner for the poster. So let's start with the oral presentations. So we will go for the 3rd place for the best oral presentation. The 3rd place goes to Safa Sima. Congratulations. Second place go to Zohara Sheddet.
Congratulations. And the best all presentations go to Suad Aitizi. Aitizi, not Suad. Thank you. Congratulations. For the best poster award, it goes to Fatima Zahra Asmal. Is she here? Muiz. Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry. Take another photo. And now we reach the end of the second day of the conference. So the conferences will end here. For the next 3 days, we will have the training. So it was a pleasure to see you all here and to discuss about how genomics could guide and drive bioeconomy. We were lucky to have exceptional speakers speaking about how we harness biodiversity for animal production and for the microbiota and for the marine biology. And we have other speakers that show us how we can evaluate or give economic value to the biodiversity. And it was a very satisfying workshop. I hope you like it, and I give you an appointment for the next year, inshallah. Thank you very much. We will be preparing the certificate for all of you, so we will let you inform it in the next days. Thank you. I did it during the welcoming, but I didn't do it now. I would like to warmly thank the organizing and scientific committee, the partners, the sponsors, to all the people that contributed to the success of this workshop. Thank you very much.